17. We should have done this.
Look, we were having fun talking with you. When was the last time we all just, got the shit with each other?
He is live.
Say shoot the shit.
Where's the mad meme? That's big.
He's live. At Borgs, https://www.twitch.tv/cadroth.
I hope you spelled it all.
At Sussy1, he is live, followed by at Tack.
I mean, image, green text on that.
You want your own custom text to speech,
so
and I'm going to charge for that.
That was so good. I wasn't ready for that.
Gotta go.
Cat wishes they had a.
Oh,
Cat wishes they had a
time
20th anniversary. And
but right now, right on stream.
Right. Don't worry about it. I vouch.
Yeah, and Steve vouching. It's.
I can't see the stream. I have ads.
Right.
What? I have a 3.5 minute ad.
Damn.
Get ad on.
Let's up those numbers. Up those numbers. Make it 6 minutes. Ad time dial.
Bad money. No, I didn't. I just don't have I don't have Prime anymore.
Damn.
I literally don't have the. You know what?
Hey yo.
What?
Okay, but worthwhile investment.
Fact is.
Are you?
I wonder how many times Cat has to say that he's live.
It took me forever to see.
Oh, I want to be inappropriate. Yeah, but I could be much worse.
It's a kaiju.
I can make. I can.
What, widow me? I'm not waiting. Woo. Riveted by the mint berry crunch.
Steve terrified me by saying mint berry crunch, so I knew I had to get out of there. Okay. Chat, I just got the go live tweet posted. Do me the favor. Give it some love. And let me grab you guys today's sauce. Sleepy Ash, thank you for the 26. Appreciate it, my man. And I think that's it for right now. Again, hope everybody had a good day. Sorry I'm a little late here. I don't really have an excuse. I was just late. I lost track of time. Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. Holy hell, that art, Cad? What do you mean? That art's great. And Prophet, thank you for the sub gift to Ash. You did not have to. Even though he didn't have his prime. But again, I hope everybody had a good day. I was really tired today. I think like since I've been eating healthier and since I've started working out, this is the most tired that I've been. I think it's just this week I've had like I'm sure chat's been there where like you have like a really active whoops, I didn't start the Twitter stream. I'm sure chat's been there where you have like a really active brain and you just like can't go to sleep. Like even when you just sit there in your bed and it's a thing. And that's kind of been the case for me like all week. And I'm not really sure why, but it just has been. So that on top of just a long work week, it's actually technically like deadline week here. Deadline's actually the 15th for us, but we had to get like everything kind of reasonably done. And it's just been kind of a hectic week. So the lack of sleep, that plus working out, I slept through my alarm today. I still got up and still got to work on time and everything like that, but I realized it's like I heard the alarm going off and I'm like, huh? And I look over at the clock and I'm like, that's not the right time. That's later than usual. I was like, shit. So I just had to immediately get up and get going. And I knew it's like that's not good. I'm like, I'm too tired. So this is actually the most tired I've been since I've been doing this. Besides that, and honestly, like when I say this is the most tired I've been, this is nothing compared to like how tired I have been in the past. Like the amount of energy and just how much better I feel while like I've been kind of on this health kick, it's like night and day. It's absurd. It's not like I feel like I have boundless energy or anything like that. It's just like I don't get tired nearly as easily. I basically like just throughout the day don't feel tired. I think the only time that I feel even remotely tired is like maybe like right before I eat lunch. And that's just purely a case of like me not having how should I put it? Like me not having like the energy, because usually like right now I'm like waking up and I'll have just like a singular banana for breakfast. And so it's like by the time I get to lunch, I'm actually hungry and my body is kind of like going into like sleep mode or hibernate mode, I guess. Yeah, you know, it's been nice, like in that regard. So it's like, even with me being as tired as I am today, I still don't feel even remotely like exhausted, I guess. Like I feel a little bit of tired around like my eyes, and that's it. And that could equally be like I don't know. Oh, right. I'm gonna have to change that. I had changed it on my support just to help other people out, but until I'm done farming the writer grand thing, I need to change it back. Well, no, I guess I don't. I'll just, well, Yeah. It doesn't matter. I had to think about how I wanted to do the bonding here. Do I even have a commonality amongst these that I can exploit for bonding purposes? I don't really think I do. So it's probably just best to go with the Kadok one for the additional FP. Also, the bug for the ticket's been fixed, right? Yeah, that was fixed yesterday. They actually fixed it real fast. I basically posted in the same tweet, which is funny because the tweet trended, but I'm not sure everybody saw that it got fixed. Played the demo for Digimon Time Strangers. Highly recommend trying it out based off the turn-based combat. It's so smooth. It looks like they took the best parts of Metaphor and made it Digimon. Interesting. I still gotta like get back to playing Metaphor at some point. I heard there is a new there was a new like Nintendo Direct today. I didn't get to watch it, chat, but what all like got announced? Like I heard there was like a new Fire Emblem or something. Like a sequel to Three Houses or something like that. That art add bunny ears and it's almost reverse. Well, they're maids, but yes. Metaphor was the worst Atlas game that came out that year. Wait, what other Atlas games came out that year? Dragon Quest VII Remake? Interesting. Metroid Prime trailer. Ooh. Send me that if you have it, Burning. I hope not. Three Houses doesn't need a sequel. Yeah, I don't know that like sequel's the right name for it. I think it's like set in the same timeline. Something like that. Also, hello, CZ. How you doing today, bud? Oh, hold on. I think of note for me was the Fire Emblem game that seems to be more like a prequel and the Dragon Quest remake. Is it a prequel? Okay. I mean, I still like Three Houses overall, but that's another one that it's like, I just need to get back to that. I need the time to play other games. I feel like my list of games that I play is too long, and I end up a little bit like devoting too much time to FGO. Not that there's not a lot of stuff to do, just that, you know, juggling 3 accounts is obviously taking its toll. I'm not really like burnt out on the game or anything like that. Just, it's like, man, having to play 3 accounts means that I have 3 accounts worth of content, including having to like double up, say, for instance, on like the NA event. They already did that with 3 Hopes. They do an NA only banner with MHXX right after you use your ticket. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I saw that and I was like, did I miss this? And I was like, no, I didn't miss this. This is just unique. And I was like, a little bit, I was sitting there as kind of like, you know, fuck you. But also at the same time, I was like, I probably still would have picked her off the ticket anyways, because it saves me having to roll. So it's not a like bad thing. Basically, there's no reason not to be patient in this case. But yeah, it was kind of sad that they did that. My first ad in like 3 months. Damn. Unsubbing already. Sent via DMs. Yeah, I don't think I could watch it due to copyright on stream, but I'll definitely check it out. Like, everything Nintendo is basically copyrighted to hell and back. Okay, I think with that, I'm done with the grand stuff. It's so funny to me as well how much of a like non-contest the choice of materials are coming off the the grand tickets. It's always my silver statues. I don't know, I have 83 days on some of that. That'll be an issue. What's up, SSJ? How's it going? All right, today is the multi-spin for me. I find it funny that the only times I feel like I've actually gotten something on this were when I rolled off stream. Every time I have rolled this on stream, I've never gotten anything. And there you go. Sorry, I did have a chuckle at the MH manner. It's fine. It doesn't really bother me. Like I said, either way, I would have chosen to ticket pull her. Well, you'll have to do the CQ 2 times soon. That's true, actually. If I get through with Solomon Temple of Time, then the new player account can do the CQ for the current NA event. This is the reason I didn't get Summer Nobu for the 50 coins. I know she has a banner coming before the year is out. Yeah. Like, if you know you have a banner, it's good to just go ahead and wait rather than, like, use it on the ticket. But the reverse of that logic is also true, which is that, like, if the ticket can save you having to roll, that is also probably a really smart thing. Oh. Oh, okay. Sorry. It's already up here. I was going to say, it's like, what do you mean? Double X has been in my party. She has not left any party that I have made in the last, like, year. But I realized what was going on. What's up, Robo? How's it going? Damn, if only people had MLB of any other C. Any clue on our next coin of light banner? Someone asked me yesterday, and people were also telling me for the new player account, especially, that she has one at New Year's. It's weird. I used to be like a really good source of like banner knowledge, but there you go, Pheno, ironically enough. Basically, when the devs started doing all of these like short duration banners and like all these spin-off banners and things like that, essentially when they started getting rid of like banner FOMO lasting longer than a year, so this was about like 2 to 3 years ago, when they did that, I stopped knowing banners by heart. And the reason why is because they went from having something on the order of like, I don't know, maybe like 100 banners in a year to they started having like 400 plus banners in a year. And when you see that, you start going like, yeah, I can't keep all of that straight. And there's no point in trying. Usually I just tell people, it's like, odds are your unit will get a rate up this year. And if not, it just probably means it'll be like 18 months or something like that. Oh, I think they mean JP. Oh, yeah, sorry. So, obviously on JP, we don't know the upcoming banners. So. But yes, in theory, it would be the Grand Assassin one. Hello, Katana. How's it going? Just rotate. I would actually kind of like to get off this composition and go step down to like the 90 plus or something like that, as people have mentioned. But the potential frontline bonding of MHX here makes this just so worth. I chose Daiko Kuten for my ticket pick. I am not missing Edison. Yeah, it's funny because I've seen people like argue with me on Edison before, and I've had people be like, he's so much better than you give him credit for. And it's like, I don't think Edison is a bad unit, but I also don't think Edison is like a super good unit. And a lot of the times people will sit there and they'll argue with that, and then they themselves won't use the unit very often. And then you're like, I mean, don't get me wrong, we can use that same metric for judging a lot of characters in this game. But at the end of the day, I look at that and I go like, hey, if you're hardly ever able to use the unit effectively, there's maybe some issues, right? Certainly you can throw him in an assassin node and he can do like at least a wave for you and stuff like that. But I think he revolves around being a setup guy. And a lot of the situations either don't call for his unique setup, or if there's a part of it that can be useful, there's probably somebody that does that individual thing better. This is the exact same stance that until Janako had her upgrade that gave her the anti-lawful party niche, I basically held this exact same stance with Janako, which was that Janako was not a bad unit per se, but there was no reason to have Janako, assuming you had other options. So quite literally, when Janako came out, her only redeeming quality was that she was permanent in a class that all other entrants into the class were limited. So she kind of existed due to that and didn't really stand out much in any way otherwise. If you needed a tanky character, there were plenty of better ones. If you needed somebody that could taunt and protect the party, there were better ones. If you basically just needed a permanent moon cancer, she was your pick. And that was really the only redeeming quality until they gave her some buffs. And after that, now she's in a much better spot. Her anti-lawful niche is actually really solid at times. It just depends on kind of what you're up against and whether or not you feel like you need that. But that's an example of how you can have a unit that does not stand out in any way, give them a niche, and if the niche is wide enough that it'll be common, they will absolutely be a much better unit for it. I've long said that the design of this game works best when they are having good niches for a lot of characters. when they either don't use the niche, they overpower the niche with insane damage, or they basically say, okay, we're going to give you a niche, but the niche is so niche that you're just never going to like really feel like it's useful. The game is at its worst. That's basically not going to work well for any unit in one of those situations. Edison was a contender for his skill cooldown skill. Yeah. I'll say having multiple interludes is always a benefit for veterans. It is, don't get me wrong. But I will go ahead and just say that, like, using your 4-star ticket pick just for that purpose is not a good reason to pick. You'd be much better off going like, oh, I need coins for this character, and getting it that. Somewhere in this world, someone has a 120 Edison. Oh, I'm sure they exist. I'm pretty sure there's a 120 of every single character out there. I haven't used Edison once since getting him. I'll be honest with you guys, and I'll say I've only used my Edison a handful of times. It's not a like thing that I really need to do often. Or is there a craft essence that can almost do the same thing? Or even a Mystic Code, yeah. And that is a weird issue, I'd say. I'm just going to take that just to not have to perpetually refresh. Hear me out. What if you gave Edison a second 1-turn cooldown? You mean like -1? I mean, you could certainly do cooldown reduction, right? However, I think if you're going to do cooldown reduction, Tamamo is just better. I think Tamamo has the more complete kit. Tamamo actually does have some sustain elements. And Tamamo also buffs the party more, at least for NP damage. So, I mean, like, you give him that would make him more competitive with Tamamo. That would just hurt Tamamo at that point. And I don't really think the general community wants Tamamo getting power crept by Edison. They would rather Edison just died in a ditch at that point. I think it's unfortunate, but I think Edison is not that popular of a character. And it ends up kind of hurting him in that regard. I would mauled if that happens. So yeah, I think, like, obviously if you're a Tamamo fan, that would deeply upset you. But I think even the average player would just prefer to have Tamamo be stronger than Edison. I wanted to pick a unit I didn't have for missions. But with Edison, since he has the most rank ups, and regardless of whether I'm using him or not, he's still someone I wanted eventually anyways. There wasn't really any SR I had a compelling gameplay reason to get. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, if you sit there and you go through all of your options and you say, this is the best choice for me, there is nothing that I can say that will make it wrong, right? Like, I feel like this is also just something that a lot of people maybe don't understand sometimes, that when I'm talking about these things, I'm talking about it usually in a generalistic sense. Obviously, if you're like, oh man, I'm a huge Edison fan, picking Edison's not a bad choice. If Edison is also the only unit in the game you don't have, picking Edison is not a bad choice. If Edison is one of only a handful of units you don't have, he's not a bad choice. If Edison was a unit that you were going to roll eventually anyways, picking Edison is not a bad choice. So it's like, there are numerous scenarios where you can do that, and it's perfectly fine. And there's nothing really anybody can do to reproach you for it. And I guess, like, all I'm trying to say here is, like, don't assume that I'm trying to, like, basically tell you guys not to do it. If you feel the need, do it. My advice is maybe not to, but at the end of the day, you do not have to follow my advice. And your circumstances may dictate that it is a good choice instead. When they give her the 78. I remember seeing this music video on MTV and now I feel old. Yeah. Yeah. Back when MTV played music. It was wild. Play the exchange servant's voice in my room one time? Nani? I've actually, at various points in time, put all the Saber Faces in my room favorite. But I'll be honest, I haven't changed it in years. Now I just have to complete more quests with her. I could use some Luvia coins, but I'm probably going to roll on a banner that has her eventually anyways. Well, I guess the question is, like, how many coins do you need? If the number is less than 50, you should probably just pick her with a ticket, right? Because the idea would be that that is saving you having to roll. If the number that you need is more than 50, you might still want to consider it because it might be to your benefit in terms of reducing it. But yeah, there's a point where you just are saying, like, hey, if I'm already going to roll in this banner anyways, who cares? Sorry, I had not done the monthly exchanges here. And I have a crap ton of rare prisms on this account. I'm not doing the faux pas. That's not happening. Let me actually switch over here and grab this as well, since JP actually resets faster. I still have 35 bond grails. I think I'm good. Did I already purchase the lore for the month? Am I blind? This is how you can tell. Yeah, there you go. This is how you can tell how long my JP account's been playing. It has everything pretty much. There's only a handful of things I haven't purchased on the JP account. But it has been like hell to come back from that. Actually, bite my lip and close my eyes. Take me away to paradise. Oh yeah, I did already buy Sweet Crystal on this account. Okay. Just making sure there's not something that I actually... I'll grab that. I have Fate Excel Zero Order. Maiden Leading Chaldea. Yeah, that one's not as good. It is all attack scaling, but I could grab Golden Sumo, but it's also kind of non-important at the moment. Hey, you know what? Whatever. Grab it. I didn't get to play that event on NA. Decapitating Buddy's technically not bad. Yeah, I'm just at the point where I'm only grabbing a couple that are like quote unquote essential to me. And the reason why is because they are things that I don't have on this account. So like, for instance, you may go like, Cad, why did you grab Holy Night Supper? And that's when I would be like, well, I'll tell you, diligent chatter. Even though I have craft essences that can outperform Holy Night Supper for quick cards, Holy Night Supper is better, basically, than a lot of other quick alternatives. Even things like Traces of Christmas that are fairly good will lose to Holy Night Supper. What do you think about the port from Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 priced at 70 American dollars? I think that's a ripoff, and I think Nintendo's greedy as fuck. Next question. Is Golden Carp in the shop? Yes, because I purchased it already. It's the first three that I purchased that came into the shop were obviously Sweet Crystal, which I had before the shop even started. And then from there, it was Ox Demon King, because that is a wholly unique CE of which there is none other truly like it. And Golden Catches the Carp, because Golden Catches the Carp is the only 50% charged Star Bomb CE in the game. So they are both very unique in that regard. I got Golden Sumo, but I haven't found the other two. Huh? Am I blind? There we go. So this is Impieta. This one is This is basically the 5-star version of Battle of Camland. It will charge you by 20% gauge and give you 15% buster up to the party if the unit equipped with it dies. It's not the best in terms of party cost, obviously, but there are some really situationally useful times that is a thing. Yep. I'll have to see about like sea bombing them later. But yeah, that was just some housekeeping there that kind of needed to get done. And I realized like, oh, I haven't really actually like done anything with that. Also, let me double check my yeah. I buy every CE that comes into the shop. It's very rare that I would like consider not, but oh, interesting. It just tells me it's ×5. I feel like that's a new thing. Okay, it didn't go there. Now I gotta buy the teapots. Some of this stuff is real expensive now. You might be like, Cad, you have 50 keys. Why are you buying more? I will use them all. Whoops. Wrong one. Oh, there's one that's up in the favorited. Okay, hold on. There it is. Ah, fingers. See, chat, you want to know why I keep it on this view? Because I'm not looking at the screen as I'm pressing the screen. So the bigger the buttons, the better. The UCC is Shanna O, but it's not the same thing as Ox since it only works on death. Yeah. Okay, that's probably it for JP. And then NA, we have the CQ to do. Let's go look at what the CQ is. Since it's a big old question mark. So it's Creamhild, Voyager, Taisui, Yagyu, Santa Altera, and Utsumi Eris. Okay, so Yagyu can instant charge. Who'd you pick for the beginner account? I actually haven't picked on the beginner account yet because tomorrow I have to roll for Castoria, and someone brought up the fact that it's like, well, if you're going to roll, why don't you wait and see what you get? And I'm like, it's actually a really good point. Let's see. AoE Berserker is the best option here, except for Voyager. AoE Alter Ego is good except for 2 classes, including one of the break bar enemies, so I think this is a I think this is an AoE Berserker fight. So my 2 break bar enemies are Yagyu and Cream. Yagyu is man. Cream is earth. So Creamhild won't really give me too much trouble. I am thinking this is a really good Ibuki fight. I use Bunny Ruler for the secure. That's fine. Really wish there were a better way to find craft essences. It's just really bad for this event because this is the lowest roll like percentage in the like server that I've seen in a while. There's definitely events where that happens, but it's usually not this bad. And also the CE for the event is damaged, so it doesn't like help with currency in any way. Spread your love on fly. I'm sorry, did you just brick my arts card? I don't... Will this work? Nope. Two turns. That. Okay. Fine. Who can play at that game? He's resistant, but it's better to keep hitting him, basically. Because Voyager's going to be the one that kind of needs to die eventually. I mean, Ibuki has a damage C too, so like, I'm not terribly worried. Charge gain's a little monk ass. We're also being taunted to Taisui, but Taisui's the one that has to die first, so that's not a problem. Really? The drain there is wild. The wrong team being arts? Yeah, I didn't look at what the mechanics were for this. Like, when they said it was fairly easy, I'm just like, okay. Ah. This should kill Taisui outright. Voyager's so close to dying. That's so unfortunate. I should have targeted him. Now Cream is taunted. Actually, the amount of draining that Creamhilda's doing is kind of nasty. Gonna pre-card just to get the NP damage up. But the curse actually was probably not worth. Buki got just enough refund there. Evade. Oh, wow. This one's actually like a little annoying. At least if you're trying to like blitz it with an AoE. It's just very counter to my comp. So all of my buffs are about to fall off. I think we focus on getting the invincible comp going. I mean, I'm arts looping it right now. I don't see what that has to do with anything. The stun, however, is definitely not good. Somebody dies here, and I'm not sure who. Stun and drain. Yeah, there's so much drain in this fight. It's kind of whack. Well, let's send it and let's see. I do have Double X somewhere in the back line, and she would at least be able to carve up Yagyu. He took the Castoria. That's actually good, because the Castoria is the one that's functionally redundant. Oh, dude. What? That's less than ideal. He's gonna kill Proto Merlin now. I'm surprised. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying it was a mistake of me, and I was like, it's still definitely doable. We're just apparently doing this the hard way. Yes, definitely focus on my foreigner. Yes. This is gonna seem weird, but quite literally, I am just like trying to properly get the invincible comp online to recover the supports. I could definitely send double X's and P here and go for it, but and then attack down. Fun. Got one turn on the heel to get rid of that attack up. I send it. We'll just offset it. It's likely I don't soak this, but yep. It actually just made everything worse in that regard. I'm gonna protect. Give a little bit more overcharge here. Yeah. Only problem is I have a Bonsi equipped to her, so I don't have anything actually damaging. But this will still do decent work. I'm just going to need another NP is all. Oh, no. I completely underestimated that. What the heck? Wow, I did not expect that. I thought that was going to do like 150k or something like that. I was way off the mark. Well, there we go. Easy. Like I said, for having not looked at the mechanics, yeah, it wasn't too bad. And that was decidedly counter to my composition, and I still kind of like brute forced my way through it / steamrolled it. So I can't really like sit there and say that that was all that difficult. If you are struggling with a fight like that, with what I like to call a servant gauntlet type of CQ, do yourself a favor and go back to the drawing board and single target things. That usually makes it easier. But if you have these supports and you have the capability, AoEing stuff down is hilariously quick and efficient. So it just works.
Oh, I have to reload a baton? Oh, alright, let me see them nuts, baby.
This is for the
I'm sorry, I'm a woman, I'm irrational. Please leave me alone. I'm sorry. Oh, frick, take the element. Wait, I'm gonna time it.
for the new player account.
Where's the prompt? Where's the prompt?
How do you do it on the new player account? The new player account is physically locked out. How I would do it the exact same way almost, except I would probably single target it. So it would take me a lot longer. The anti-arts mechanic would be kind of annoying, but it would still be doable.
Silent slap. Oh no. Okay, at least now we. Shut the fuck up.
Voyager would probably be the problem. Because again, foreigners are not going to be good for this. This is the second time I've done this, so this will not be a 3-turn. I forgot, and somehow my loadout here has gotten switched to like basically I'm not taking plug suit, and instead my waiver on the back line never comes out.
I don't know. I'm not gonna. You got cum in your anus, and I wanted to reveal that to the public. You saw what came out, right? That's stay out. My tapeworm bit me.
I just realized I'm somehow watching a VTuber on the side. No. I went over to see what the noise was, and it's like, oh, a VTuber stream started playing. I think I got raided. Yeah, oh my god. Oh, it was apparently on Lime's channel at some point. Interesting. Okay, so this is basically my only actual play here. Don't have an arts card with her, so we take the evade. Because this might struggle to kill. Honestly, I will be looking forward to potentially getting Castoria just so I can, like, let go of some of the materials that I've been sitting on. The new player account has been trying to amass things in preparation for Castoria, but not having her means I just need to sit on as much as humanly possible. Second I get her, I'll be like, okay, now I can spend it. Now I can evaluate kind of the damage after the fact and like how much I need. Perfect. Brave Chain. I'm actually going to go ahead and pop this because, again, this skill, Sky Blue here on this Mystic Code, is arts up for 1 turn and critical strength effectiveness for that ally. It's going to not, like, I'm not going to get the benefit of an NP out of this, but I am going to get the benefit of all 3 cards are going to hit harder because of it. So you can see, having the Mystic Code popped for this, it basically half-healthed the enemy with just that 1 turn. That was worth it considering all of my buffs were about to fall off. And now all of my buffs are falling off. Does anyone know a low star that would work on the CQ? Without properly looking at the mechanics, I would be ill-advised to tell you. I can say that, like, there are units that can loop, but again, art seems like it's decidedly bad for that CQ. So quick might be an option, but there's not a whole lot of, like, decent low-star quick units. My advice would be instead to either find a really stacked unit that has the damage C, or find a how should I put it? Find a damage bonus unit for the event. This just basically ends up resulting in like a 7 or an 8 turn here because of this composition. It's not bad. It's actually fairly consistent because it just is the invincible comp. But it doesn't have that potential to 3 turn. Give me that effective card. No, I could probably do it with a damage C. Yeah, you just have to be a little bit careful. Because again, the art seal. If you take a cleanse, you'd probably be okay though. Could Mixa work? Yeah. Like, a foreigner is definitely an option there. If you wanted to go AoE, like even someone like Cuckoo could probably brute force a good chunk of it. There you go, 7 turn chat. So are you doing your summons at midnight or waiting till tomorrow or Monday? I will probably do it tomorrow. Like I said, I gotta do a lot of cleaning. But I've done like all of my working out for the week. Like I'm shredded right now, chat. Like literally, like my arms are actually getting like really like swollen from it. But because of that, I think like tomorrow's going to be workout wise my rest day, and then I'll end up spending a good chunk of the day cleaning, and then evening will be stream with you guys, and we'll probably do the rolls. And I would also like to stream, if possible, the new Metal Gear game for y'all, but that will depend on timing. This week did not work out for that. I wanted to stream it this week, but due to the nature of how they did this this like 3000 days celebration, it's just been awful. Like, I've had to do a thing every day basically for it. The only day technically would be today, but it's like, well, now I should complete Solomon Temple of Time and get part 1 done, since that unlocks some stuff. Sitting on that when I'm already done with Babylonia is kind of dumb of me. But I don't think we'll complete the whole thing today. I literally went in with the same comp again. Oh my god. Chat, someone remind me when I'm coming out to switch that. Like, not to just do the same thing again. But yeah, we will roll tomorrow on the new player account. Be there or be square. And roll shouldn't be too long. I have like 750 quartz worth. I do not have enough to hit pity at the current point in time, but they will be very close. And I figure if I can't actually hit pity and I have to go that distance, I can probably scrounge up 150 quartz on a new account fairly quickly. I would just have to sit down and actually degen it. We already have the stars on the card that I want, so I'm not going to bother. Gonna go for the Brave Chain. I'll try my Cuckoo. I don't use her enough. Judging how Saber Faces love you, I doubt it will take you long. We'll see. Oh, that reminds me. I should probably come up with something to cook for tomorrow. Chat, any recommendations? So we actually full refunded thanks to the carding there. And oh my god, this might kill? I don't think it will, but it'll get really close. Because the Mystic Code buff is affecting not only the MP here, but also the follow-up cards, including an arts card, which will position me well for NPing a 4th time. Curse memes from Tai Sui just made the CQ a joke. Yeah, I actually didn't think about that. That actually would have been probably a good thing. Because his damage bonus in the CE is really useful for him. There you go. Oh, you beautiful game. This is gonna mess with the star. But, oh no, it didn't matter. I got it exactly the way I needed it. There we go. We had enough stars that both Castoria Berserker's heavily weighted card and OG Castoria's arts card both were able to split the stars. So now I get a Castoria NP buff for Castoria. I realize that, like, for new players, it's got to be really confusing for me to say Castoria so many times and be talking about different units. And that's why, like, usually I'll denote it as OG Castoria, aka the Caster, or Castoria Berserker or Zerktoria or something like that for the Berserker. Alright. Gonna go switch the comp. At least you're just not saying Arturia. I could be saying the curse name, but let's be honest, if I was saying the curse name, it wouldn't be me, right? It would be some shitty Temu ripoff version of CAD. Like I said, I don't know how the composition got this way. I think I just had like done a like quick dirty like clear of a node for it. But that definitely, ooh, it caught up because of that. No. And we might see the arts one finish first now. Let's go back to bonding. Oh no. Hadn't been taking it. Wait, is that the right one? Yeah, master experience. I figure like I don't really have any CEs that actually benefit me at the moment. Better to at least put on something like master experience, just because while most of the time you're going to get master experience no matter what you do, master experience is not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. You don't really need to focus on it. You will level up really fast in this game. If I have nothing else to equip on the back line, I may as well. I may as well just do it and say it is what it is. She's gonna kill without cards anyway, so take the free charge on Castoria OG there. Well, there's Saber, Saber Alter, Lancer Saber, Caster Saber. No, you see, you forgot Saber and Saber and Saber and Saber and Saber all in the same class. I gotta do that to her in the next date. I gotta show her FGO. I gotta be like, so you know how you know Arturia? Which one? Then just show her. She's gonna be like, what the heck, man? I think this is how I did it, but then I still require the proper cards here. I did get the proper cards. She calls her Saber, which is... It makes sense. That's what... Like, everything coming out of the anime, and even to a large extent the visual novels, it's like they just constantly refer to her as Saber. It's only in, like, FGO that, like, true names are just a dime a dozen, and you see them constantly. There we go. Full loop. Chat, it will be a 3-turn, I hope. I think it depends on what cards I get here, but if it's not a 3-turn, it'll be very close. I did at least get one arts card. Gonna pre-card with the Buster up. It's not super helpful, but it'll at least make the arts card in the 3rd slot hit harder. Nothing can match the fact that Nasu keeps insisting in writing Altria instead of Arturia. Yeah. Well, like I said, I've seen, over the years, I have seen Arturia, I've seen Arturia, I've seen Arthuria. I have never seen Nasu's cursed-ass version. And it's like, oh no, that was a thing officially for years. And it's like, on what? There was nothing that was officially translated. There was like, I think like some really small like merch things over the years that had it. So it was like, it just, you guys got to remember too, FGO basically is the first localized Fate product in reality in the West. There have been other stuff that got translated, but it was always like fan translation. I think the only ones that predated it are like Extella and Extella Link, and they use Arturia as the translation. From Arcturus. I mean, like, even if you trace it all the way back to its Latin origins, yeah, it still doesn't make any sense. Like, so in as far as Roman names go, we don't know like a crap ton of last Roman names. So like the idea of a family name in Roman names. But there are at least like, I think, a good like 100 names known. Of those 100 names, the Arturii are one of the names. This would have indicated probably nobility of at least some sort. Doesn't necessarily mean like super prominent, but like, it's like, okay, the fact that we even know the name means it was worthy of being written down in some way, shape, or form on various documents and stuff like that. All of that ends up kind of coming to Britain. And you still have things like Arthur, or even like Artorius. Okay? And this is really funny because if you guys actually go read Garden of Avalon, Artorius is the name that Arturia masquerades under in her younger years when she is with her uncle, basically. So Nasu hasn't corrected that because this should be like Altrius or some bullshit based off of his dumbass translation of it. So the fact that he hasn't corrected this, and it is Artorius, tells you that is the etymological origin of the name. Then Arthur comes from Merlin referring to her as King Arthur to again hide her gender, basically. But her true name is Arturia, or if you really want to get literal with it, in Japanese, if you translate it, it's Arutoria. Even if you try to say the RU sound is an L, what happened to the fucking O? It still makes no sense. So, no matter how you do it, you can't arrive at Nasu's dumbass translation. So would Arthur be Althor? Yes, and that's another thing. But you know what? I'm going to go one step further. Would Arthur be Althor? Or would he be Arthul? Sorry, I actually said it right there. Would he literally end up like at that point when you start doing dumb shit like saying, oh, R's are actually L's? It's like, yeah, okay, where's the line? What determines whether or not an R is an L? And that's where it's like, it's dumb to me. You don't even need to. Lufino's name Altrio. Well, yeah, I've heard over the years, I've heard people call it like various dumb, like little like pseudo nicknames, making fun of it and mocking it, right? Including like chat. What's the fucking Pokemon name? Altaria, yeah. I've heard Altaria, I've heard Elatrion, I've heard just about everything. But it's like I firmly believe that over time Nasu will eventually realize how much of a mistake that translation is, and he will eventually end up undoing it. But it's going to probably take him into his older years, I suspect. Elatrion, did we get a Monster Hunter collab? Yes. Yeah, so I have like 623 quartz. I have a bunch of fragments. I have some tickets. So like I said, it's about like 700. It's around 750 if memory serves. I did the calculation just the other day. I don't know. I mean, you've heard the UBW chant. I am the bone of my sword. So there's a difference there, though, where it's like broken English and he's not conjugating it correctly. And like, oh, hey, you straight up just warped this word. Right? Like, the idea behind it would be like, this is kind of like Nasu insisting that the word the is instead spelled like this. And I want you guys to understand that that's what he's doing. Nasu is insisting that an English name is not an English name, and he's correct. And that's dumb. I just remembered that in the HSR collaboration, there's a scene where Artoria is called Artorias by an NPC. Yeah, and that makes sense, because like I said, she literally, in her younger years, went as Artorias as her name. That was a thing. Per Nasu's own words. Like, Nasu himself, so that chat understands this, okay? In 2015, before FGO, Nasu created Garden of Avalon. Garden of Avalon is meant to tell the backstory of Artoria in a concise manner. He did this in preparation for FGO. In that, he says the name is Artorias, that she goes by in her younger years. Then, when she is crowned king, the name is Arthur. But her true name is Artoria. Now, he would insist that that would instead be translated as Altria. Nasu has since doing this and making Garden of Avalon retconned it. He has done that with LB6, and he has basically done that with her name translation. So he has retconned Garden of Avalon twice now. If you guys want to know why I have a stick up my butt sometimes about this stuff, that's why. I actually feel like, as a Saber fan, that I can't trust Nasu with Arthurian lore anymore. Because it feels like he's fucking with it too much. And he doesn't understand the implications of it. For instance, if you're going to claim that Morgan Le Fay is the true-blooded sister of Artoria, then that makes her the elder sister, and the primary heir of England. This also then makes Uther and Merlin conspiring to have a daughter with Igraine make 0 sense. This also means Uther and Merlin conspiring to create a magical child also not makes sense because Morgan Le Fay was a magical child. This makes Arturia not the primary claimant and a usurper. This makes Morgan Le Fay right in her judgment, and it makes Arturia instead some sort of upstart. This also makes 0 sense from the standpoint of, oh, okay, we're going to try to claim that she's also like Vivian and all of these things, the progenitor fairy and the Lady of the Lake. Well, unfortunately, you can try to man-bear pig her in the Lost Belt, and that has still some plot holes to it, but you can hand-wave it as that's just Lost Belt lore. Where's the problem? The problem is that he has stated in the Lost Belt, per Da Vinci and per Gordoff, that this is Clock Tower actually discovering the truth, which makes it external and proper human history lore. This is a retcon of Garden of Avalon, and it doesn't work. It totally destroys the Arthurian legend basically on multiple levels. And that's why I say it's like, it's an interesting idea. I don't mind it if it was that way just for the Lost Belt, but making it that way in proper human history actually fucks Arthurian lore. So it's one of the reasons why I've said, like, I just can't trust Nasu. I basically have to assume Nasu is getting caught up in his own mental fan fiction and isn't realizing the implications of what he's doing to the greater lore. Problem is that Morgan is also fucking Vivian, Lady of the Lake. Yeah. Well, and so this gets even more hilarious when you consider that Excalibur basically then is her fault. It never got forged due to her. Therefore, she never gave it to anybody. But meanwhile, we end up forging Excalibur in spite of her. Also, simultaneously, Rango Miniad is apparently her creation as well. This doesn't work in the base lore timeline that Nasu has written, because if that's the case, then Morgan Le Fay, in proper human history, chat, this is not Lost Belt lore. If this were to be true in proper human history, this would mean that Morgan Le Fay is basically the progenitor fairy that created Excalibur and then gave it to her greatest rival, created Rango Miniad, gave it to Merlin, the guy that probably tried to fuck her, and taught her magic, which, go ahead and explain that one. And then Merlin gave it to Arturia, saying that the fairies had willed him to give it to her. Which also doesn't make any fucking sense. So, this means that Morgan is the creator of these two objects that both end up going to Arturia and become some of her most powerful artifacts. And then it also then means that later on, when Excalibur gets thrown back into the lake and gets caught by the Lady of the Lake, that Morgan Le Fay, despite being the one that stole Avalon, the scabbard of Excalibur, this also means that that she basically stole the scabbard so that she would die, then ran and jumped in a lake so she could catch Excalibur. Like, I'll be honest, that sounds like a fucking Monty Python skit. You could not, like, actually write lore that dumb. He throws too many things without connecting them properly. Yeah, but that's why I said, like, that's one of the major reasons why I have issue with it. It's funny because I've argued like Trubs about this before, and Trubs, I think, for a long time wasn't believing me. Trubs went back and read all of LB6 in Japanese and was like, holy shit, you're right. I was like, I know. it's fucked up. It shouldn't be that way, right? Like, but yes, it's basically the concept that like she created these things, gave them to Artoria. Artoria then lived her life, was her rival somehow, and then gave them back. And it's like, that story just doesn't make sense. Why would you empower your rival? Like, forgot to mention the Excalibur is actually old as fuck and made by the 6 Great Fairies, Keck. Yeah, I know. It starts getting more and more convoluted the more you follow it. And all it really is caused by is Morgan is Artoria's sister. Not half-sister. True-blooded sister. With the same parentage. That can't work. In fact, there is no version of Arthurian mythos where that is the case. It is always a half-sister at best, or unrelated. You can't have them be true blood, because otherwise it means that that's the first child and had the primary claim. In some cases, she's a ward, yeah. So it's like, it's such a small thing, but I'm like, Nasu, you can't actually do that. Like, you have to take that one back. And like I said, my only gripe with it is that in LB6 he specifically goes out of his way to say that this is proper human history lore. And it's like, no, it can't be. It literally can't be. You've created an actual like plot hole. But insisting that's what actually happens where it all breaks down. Yeah. Like I said, if you wanted to say that she's a triumvirate, that she is all three, that she is 3 in 1, which is actually a like Christian concept as well. But if you want to say that she is 3 in 1 only in Lost Belt lore, that's fine. I can see how that's possible. If you say that that's the case in proper human history, that can't occur. Because you don't have Lost Belt shenanigans to explain it. Therefore, it makes 0 sense. I think you can make sense with Arthur instead, and that Uther and Merlin wanted a male heir. Yeah, but then follow that to its logical progression. They didn't get a male heir. So then wouldn't they have gone with Morgan? The story doesn't make sense if it's told that way. That's where it breaks down. It's like there's no way around it. I've tried to come up with every possible explanation I can think of, and I can't find a way in which it makes any sense. They should have gone with Morgan, right? That's why. Like, therein lies the issue. If you're saying, oh, they should have gone with Morgan, then I guess it makes Morgan Le Fay justified to feel jilted, but it makes 0 sense from Artoria's perspective. 0 sense. So, Cad, you're saying Mordred has a legitimate beef. No, I'm saying Nasu temporarily forgot how to write when he wrote that specific line. And I say that, like, he might not have written that specific line. Morgan did nothing wrong. Yeah, no, Morgan fucked up a lot. Like, and it's funny because I think like what usually people that are big Morgan fans will tell you, it's like, oh, she meant well. And it's like, I do at least understand that, like, in the sense of Proper Human History and Lost Belt, I think she originally did intend well. And then things went bad. And because things went bad, she started making really horrible decisions. And because she started making horrible decisions, no, she's wrong, right? Like, so at the end of the day, it's like, it's not that she is like evil incarnate, but she ends up becoming an antagonist. She ends up becoming evil due to her decisions. It makes less sense that way because Morgan wouldn't be the inheritor of Britain's mystery. Yeah, that is another issue at play. There's the whole, like, the power of Britain and the will of Britain flowing through her. It's just kind of fucky. To be fair, Morgan is less evil due to her decisions, but because of the beings of the Lost Belt are monsters. That is the way she is written, but I think we have to argue that that can't work. I think that is one of my major flaws with 6, is like the characterization of Morgan's off. For instance, chat, Morgan is a Mary Sue in the Nasuverse now. She was not this way in Garden of Avalon, though you don't get a whole lot of discussion about her. But there's a problem with this, chat. Do you know canonically who taught Morgan Le Fay magic? I already said this earlier. Yeah. Merlin did. Merlin taught her magic. And yet, LB6 tells you that she has always been a god tier prodigy. And it's like, hold on. She's so good that she has surpassed somebody that's a candidate for Grand Caster. And the only reason he's not Grand Caster is because he's not dead. I'm like, I don't know. That sounds a little off, right? This is also, interestingly enough, why Merlin is locked in the tower. Merlin is locked in the tower because he was inappropriate with her, and she tricked him into going in. She did not magically lock him in. She didn't out-magic Merlin to get him locked into the tower. She used her wit. And this is a point that you see about Morgan Le Fay, even in the Arthurian lore. Morgan Le Fay is a schemer. She is a manipulator. She is very smart. She does not, like, exert force or power to like, overwhelm someone. She outmaneuvers people mentally. And that kind of is mentioned even in the Nasuverse lore. Was Garden and Rango Bongo as a spell ever properly explained? No, Rango Bongo as a spell is never properly explained. That is only a thing in Lost Belt. And I think one of the reasons I don't like it is because you're saying that a divine construct, which is a one-of-a-kind, unique item, is something that can be created with a spell. Sorry, spelled construct wrong. I don't like that idea and premise. Like that was one of the things that, like, in reading through LB6, I was kind of like, because they kept using the term divine construct and spell interchangeably, and I'm like, that feels like you're cheapening it. It feels like you're saying something that is truly unique, a one-of-a-kind artifact, is just a cheap, like, parlor trick. And I'm like, I don't like that. I think it ruins a little bit of the, like, mystique and lore, right? A similar example would be like, oh, you may have the sword of Mars, but I'm Mars and I can just point my finger at you and do the same thing. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would Mars have a sword then? Like, if basically it's a spell, why would you make a divine construct out of it? You would just fucking keep using the spell. Or you would teach someone the spell. Like, divine construct made by the planet? Oh, that's where you're wrong. It is technically a divine construct made by the planet. Who made it, though? The Fae. The Fae are the will of the planet in that regard. So, like, it's still the same thing. But they're just trying to say, like, oh yeah, but I just threw around a spell, basically. So her with all the time and magic, she might have been able to make more. That is the lore that they want you to believe. To me, that doesn't pass a logic test. And here's why, chat. Do you understand the lore of Rango Miniad? Do you know what Rango Miniad is? This is what I don't like about LB6. LB6 bastardizes Rango. Rango is the anchor. So to understand this, chat, let's say I'm making a drawing. And this is the horizon. This is the human world. Up here, okay? Down here, this is the reverse side of the world. So, like, imagine you have a human standing up here and everything's fine. On this side, you also have a fairy, but it is the reverse side. Yeah. Over here, this is the inner sea. This is the domain of the Fae. This is the planet's internal, like, dimension, is the way to think of it. Rango Miniad is the anchor. So let's depict this again. Imagine that this is actually, instead of it just being the horizon, imagine this is actually 2 sheets of paper. Okay? But then imagine, like, you start peeling this paper apart at the end. That's what this is, right? Basically, it's the 2 sides, the human world and the fairy world, peeling apart. Probably a bad thing, right, chat? What is Rango Miniad? Rango Miniad is the anchor. It is the thing that is tying the 2 parts together. If you don't have Rango Miniad, this is one of the reasons why I have said before that, like, Rango Miniad is crazy strong. Rango Miniad makes her a worthy candidate to be a grand because it is one of the most powerful artifacts in the world. It's a staple. Yeah, that's another way of putting it, right? So, chat. Cheapening this into a spell is rather dumb. And you guys should have already noticed that. Because if you look back at prior events, for instance, let's go back to the Case Files event. Rango Miniad is a terrifying thing in Case Files. It is functionally the existence of another dimension. Simultaneously, let's go back to Camelot. The Lion King was saying, you know what? I can't beat Solomon. I'm going to put everybody inside my lance. They'll be safe there. I'm going to store all of humanity in my lance. They'll be safe there. That is the power and insane, like, craziness that is the lance. Similarly, if you go back to Garden of Avalon and you read it, you will see there is a point where Arturia fights Vortigern in the form of a black dragon, okay? And Vortigern, basically as she is battling him, he is so dark, so shadowy, so all-consuming that he snuffs out all light around him. So much so that Excalibur, and alongside Arturia is Gawain actually fighting with Excalibur's sister sword, which is Excalibur Galatine. So much so that Galatine goes completely dark, and Excalibur is mentioned to be nothing more but like a faint glimmer. It is basically a candle in a dark room. A small little light is all that's left from it. They're not gonna beat Vortigern. And Gawain is ready to give up, and he turns to Arthurian and is like, I'm ready to be done. Okay? And Arturia basically looks at him and is like, try once more for me. And they get up, they charge in, and they try to get Vortigern. Both of them take their swords and they stab Vortigern's hands basically to the wall, pinning him. And he's laughing at them. Vortigern basically, though, is like, oh shit. Because Arturia pulls out Rango Miniad. And you guys need to understand why Excalibur didn't work and Rango Miniad did. Because she takes Rango Miniad and she thrusts it right into his chest. And as he is dying, functionally, Vortigern says, with this, you have undone yourself. You have unleashed something that you can never take back. He basically chastised Arturia for using Rango Miniad to slay him. But the reason Rango Miniad worked is because it is the anchor. It is the bridge, in effect. It worked on Vortigern because Vortigern was somebody that was more in tune with the reverse side of the world. Excalibur couldn't do anything because one of Excalibur's conditions is that it does not work against, like, elementals and things from the planet like the Fae. Excalibur cannot be used against those people. Why? Because it was created by them. They are, in essence, of the planet. Rango Miniad, however, it is functionally the sealing item that is like, begone to the Shadow Realm. But do we know if the Rango from LB6 is the same as the one from Proper Human History? No, it's obviously not. The Rango from 6 has to be the cheapest, weakest piece of shit. Like, it is the Timu variant Rango Miniad. Because not only does it take multiple Rango Miniads to do anything in LB6, but also it is weak sauce. And literally, like, doesn't amount to anything the entire time. Okay? Meanwhile, every time you see the Divine Construct version of Rango Miniad getting used, it is insane by comparison. So, like I said, it's one of the reasons why I don't like it. Rango Miniad is a super powerful artifact. Cheapening it to that is like, okay. Didn't one Rango Miniad body someone in Olympus? Yes. Yes, which I would like to point out that is such a bastardization as well, because the Rango Miniad you see in LB5 is Artoria's. And not Morgan's. It is Morgan that fired it, but aesthetically, it is not the version that Morgan ever uses any other time. So they bait and switched you with that. It's one of the reasons that I did not like that either. In LB6, we are essentially throwing its blueprint and raw materials. Yeah, and so, chat, here's the other thing. Do you know why Rango Miniad was given to Artoria? Is that why only Black Barrel could defeat Fluffy, since Excalibur and Teemo Rango Miniad would not be able to hurt it? Kind of, but if you remember, Fluffy went down due to another reason. There was something that enabled that. I don't want to, like, full-blown spoil LB6 in case people haven't done it, right? But yeah. So, because of Wild Hunt, no. So, Artoria is given Rango Miniad for a couple of reasons. I like that chat's getting me to talk about Artoria. So, to understand what Artoria is, you guys need to understand on a base level, and this is, again, going to be why I get upset about these things. Artoria, and this, I'm speaking only in Nasuverse terms here, okay? If we compare Morgan is basically the daughter of Britain, to understand. She is the inheritor of the will of Britain. It's dark power. It's mystic nature. It's desire to preserve the age of the mystics in the Isles of Britain. At the time of Arthurian legend in Nasuverse lore, the age of the mystics is over in every part of the world except Britain. The British Isles are the only place that mysticism still exists. Okay? Morgan inherits the will of the Isle of Britain to maintain that. Before her, it was Vortigern. Okay? Uther and Merlin, one, don't like that for obvious reasons. And two, basically realize the age of man is a foregone conclusion. It is going to happen whether we want it to or not. Therefore, we need to bring it about in the best way we possibly can. So, they conspire to have an heir. Yes, they did desire a male heir. I saw someone asking that on the YouTube side. They did desire a male heir, but ultimately their goal was to create an heir that they could make as the bridge between the age of mystics and the age of man. The age of man was coming. There was nothing you could do. The age of mystics was coming to an end. So they wanted Arturia to be the bridge. I guess another good term would be the shepherd. And that makes a whole lot of sense because there's a whole lot of Jesus allegory in Arthurian mythos. Okay? So they end up using the red dragon, in order to give her a dragon core. So Arturia is a human born to human parents inserted with a dragon's core to make her part mystic. She is a foot in both worlds as a result. She straddles the line. She is the bridge meant to get the Age of Mystics to the Age of Man. This is also why, to understand LB7's writing, and to give you guys a little bit of a thing, why Arturia was inevitable in LB6. The fairies basically didn't want to forge Excalibur. That prevented the Age of Man. Morgan Le Fay resided over LB6 for a long time and tried to keep it that way. And then another fairy comes out that turns into Arturia because it had to. Time had to move on. It was an inevitability. Morgan Le Fay was preventing that. So Castoria becoming actual Arturia for that Lost Belt is the motif that's there. That's why when she's ringing all of the bells, she keeps getting flashes of Arturia, because that's who she is at her core. And she knows it, and she doesn't want to be it necessarily. And then in the end, she comes to accept it. And then because of that, she becomes the bridge herself. So you guys got to understand, now with me explaining all of that, now you know that Arturia is the bridge between the two ages. That's why Arturia was given Rango Miniad. Rango Miniad was handed to her as the steward, would be another word for her, for the British Isles, for the Age of Man to come to pass. It was, hey, somebody has to hold the anchor. This is the thing that binds the two halves of the world together. And it can only exist on this side of things. So somebody's got to wield it. And to understand what was happening as the Age of Mystics was coming to an end, all of the mystics were leaving the Isle of Great Britain and going to the inner sea. They were traveling to Avalon, to the planets, to use a Boss Nass quote here, to the planet core. So, like, basically they were going into the planet's inner sea and away from the surface. Okay? So therefore, somebody had to maintain Rango Miniad. They give it to her. They entrust it to her. This is a sign in two ways. One, that the Age of Mystics is coming to an end. And two, that Arturia is the chosen, like, successor of the Fae. And that is also important, because that also plays a role in 6. In that regard, there are aspects of 6 that I really like because it parallels. There are aspects of 6 that I really dislike because it shits on the original lore. But that is one of the ways that I really like it, is that Nasu wrote LB6 to parallel, like, the original proper human history version. Is it like the elves sailing west? Yes. Quite literally. And you want to guess where Tolkien got that idea? In Nasu versus Rango Miniad and Excalibur, a pair and somewhat opposites. I wouldn't say opposites, right, per se, or even necessarily a pair. But yes, it's like Excalibur, to understand the difference between Rango Miniad and Excalibur is the breath of the planet. Excalibur is given to Artoria to defend the planet. So we just drew the horizontal line, chat. Imagine this is Earth. Okay, well, sorry. Let's do a better circle. There you go. So imagine this is Earth. Inside is the inner seat. In here, you have little flappy butterfly-like people that are the Fae. Okay? Over here, you have Artoria. There. Gave her a crown, and then there's her cape as king. Okay? The Fae had to entrust things to Artoria as someone that, again, had a foot in both worlds. They gave her Excalibur so that she would, one, both be the person to lead mankind, but also, two, so that she could protect the planet from threats without. That is to say, external threats. Remember, the Fae are inside the planet. What's the worst thing that's going to happen to the Fae then? The planet goes kablooey. If something shows up and either eats the planet or blows the planet up, the Fae are fucked. So they give her Excalibur as a means of basically protecting the planet. Again, this is another sign that she is, quote unquote, the chosen one, in effect. So that's why, okay? So wait, is that why for Bedivere and the Camelot Singularity? Because Excalibur was the last fairy mystic, so Artoria's job as the bridge wasn't done until that was returned? No. The concept in Camelot is that basically at the events of the Battle of Camlan, Artoria has lost the scabbard to Excalibur. The scabbard is what makes Artoria invincible. Excalibur is the sword of promised victory, though. So she was going to win, but she's no longer invincible. She ends up having a knockdown, drag-out fight. She kills Mordred, but Mordred mortally wounds her. At least this is the way it is described. Hilariously, the story goes on to say that the king went to go sleep in a forest, basically. Bedivere helped her to that point and slumped her against a tree, and she went to sleep. She exists in that state for 3 days. Neither passing on nor basically getting better. To understand why this is the case, Artoria can't die as long as Excalibur's there. This is why when people have told me that, like, oh, Mordred killed her, I'm like, no, Mordred didn't actually. Mordred failed in her job completely. Artoria would not have died from those wounds. Period. End of story. And in fact, if Avalon had been returned to Artoria, she would have healed. So Excalibur was prolonging her life. She could not die. She is ready to be done, though. Mentally, she realizes that everything that she has built has come crashing down. The Knights of the Round are in tatters because the battle that they just fought at Camlan was functionally a civil war. It was knights that sided with Mordred and knights that sided with her, and they fought each other to the death, brother against brother, in effect. So there was almost nobody left at the end of the battle. And then, like I said, she kills Mordred. Bedivere takes her to the forest, slumps her against the tree for 3 days. During those 3 days, and particularly right as he slumps her against the tree, she tells Bedivere, take Excalibur, return it to the lake, throw it in. And Bedivere doesn't want to. He protests, but he agrees to. He goes to the lake and he can't do it. And he returns to her. And she says, Bedivere, did you throw it in? And he says, yes. And she basically goes back to sleep. He returns to the lake again, tries to throw it in. He can't. He comes back again. And basically she ends up chastising him again and says, you have to throw it in. He knows what it means. If he throws it in, Arturia dies. If he doesn't, she continues to go on. Proper human history, Bedivere walks back to the lake the third time, throws it in. Vivian goes shoink, catches it, and Excalibur is returned back to the Fae, never to be seen again. Camelot Singularity is different. Camelot Singularity, Arturia never basically ended up having Excalibur thrown back in. Bedivere couldn't do it. He kept it. This then results in Arturia just getting up and going around and continuing to be king with the lance instead. The lance eventually corrupts Arturia. Arturia then over time proceeds to start invading other singularities. Particularly, she invades the Jerusalem singularity, as you now know as Camelot. How does she do that? How does she have that power? I don't really know. It's never actually properly explained. But I would assume it's something to do with Rango Miniad again. Hilariously, this is one of the reasons why I actually think that the Lion King is pretty flawed. Because the Lion King insists that you could not beat Solomon. And yet the Lion King, out of every other singularity boss, actually had the capability of potentially doing so. She was the only one. None of the others could. She potentially could have. And we know this because she actually travels to a singularity. So she actually, out of all of them, has the ability to functionally ray shift, and we don't know how. So it is interesting in that regard. And by the way, chat, to understand that she did in fact ray shift, please understand who she takes the grail from is Richard the Lionheart. That's who is there. That's who the current King of England is in the Camelot Singularity. He's in Jerusalem at the time. She shows up, smacks him, kicks his ass, takes the grail, and that is the start, basically, of the Singularity in effect. Why does every Arthur story have plot holes? I mean, there's some, but the plot hole of how she gets there is not necessarily a big one, right? That's just them not explaining something, not necessarily making a actual conundrum. But yes, that's the difference. The difference with Camelot Singularity is you have Arturia of the Lance, where Excalibur was never thrown back in, so she is still alive. And that is why the events that transpire at the end of Camelot are functionally her undoing. There's a weird thing that goes on in Camelot. She actually turns to the knights and says, all right, I won't make you follow me, basically. Or no, I think she basically ends up saying something to the effect of you'll either follow me and obey my orders or die, in effect. And I think half of the knights choose to go with her and the other half choose not to because they didn't like what she was doing. Because again, it was not Arturia at that point. It was an Arturia that was basically mentally possessed by Rango Miniad. Again, another example of Rango Miniad being way stronger than it's depicted in LB6. Why does it corrupt her though? Is she just living too long and kind of going insane because of that? No. The lance actually possesses her. This is, chat, this is why she is referred to as Goddess Rango Miniad. Yeah, instead of say the Grail taking over, the divine construct takes over. The closest way I could equate it, chat, is instead of like the Grail mud, for those of you that have seen Lord of the Rings and know its lore, imagine it like the Nazgul. Where like the longer they wore, the longer the kings of men wore the rings that Sauron gave them, the more they became the ring wraiths. So think of it like that. There was a point at which like it just overwhelmed and overtook her entire personality. I kind of feel like I knew that, but it's been too long. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's why, like, to a degree, I don't mind doing this, because I haven't done this with chat in a long time. But a lot of people forget this stuff, so. The reason I don't is because it's important to me. Lance Arthurian Sky attribute because of that? No, incorrect. You were right with the first thing that you said, chat. Where you said, like, okay, it's eventually turning her into a divine spirit. That is correct. The Lancer Artoria you summon is Sky for a different reason. How do we know this? Because it's the version of her that rejected the Lance's corruption. So why is she Sky? She's not divine. I don't know. This gets further confusing for people because there is the Lion King and the Lion King. So the Lion King in Camelot Singularity refers to Goddess Rango Miniad. That is the moniker that she goes by to hide her identity. However, Artoria, like proper human history Artoria, had the moniker of the Lion King because she, one, had a lion as a child, basically, that she took care of. And two, it was just a term of endearment and affection. It was a nickname. This is why when you see Ruler Artoria calling herself the Lion King in summer, it is a nickname and not a Goddess Rango Miniad reference. And like I said, a lot of people get that backwards. But I understand why. It's like, unless you're a big fan that's like paying super close attention like I am, you wouldn't understand that. Would Rango Miniad have been able to do that to Artoria if her desire to go on hadn't been crushed by the events of Camland? So this is really interesting because I believe specifically in Camelot's version, so in that Singularity, the Lance version, I believe it's understood that like she just kind of won the Battle of Camland. I don't quite know what transpired. All I know is that like Bedivere got Excalibur and didn't throw it away. Should he have even needed to? I don't know. But yeah, there's something to the effect of like probably because she lived too long, it just kind of got her. Whereas, like, the version you summon is not the Lion King from the Camelot Singularity. It's a version of her that adopted the lance but rejected its corruption. How? Why? I don't know. That part's never properly explained. But it's just like, I guess you could say it is the idea of, like, she is like the pure version, right? She's somebody that didn't succumb to its corruptions. This is actually really interesting too, chat. Same thing for Lalter. Lalter is also a version that rejected the Lance's corruption. So it's implied that at some point it's kind of like a choice. The Arturia in Camelot chose to give in to it. The Arturias elsewhere chose not to. Topic at hand. Oh, sorry. It literally says in Arturia's profile she became a divine spirit from using Rango Miniad more than normal Arturia. Yes. Yes. That specific part is talking about the Lion King in Camelot. So you're saying Rango is a jerk. No, I think it's sort of the concept of like power corrupting. And it's like the more power you wield, the more it potentially corrupts you. I assume that's what Nasu's going for when he writes this. Obviously, in proper Arthurian mythos, none of this is a thing, right? If Camelot played out the same, she would never have had Rango, so it would have to play out differently. It's just a weird thing. I'd have to go back and study up on it a little bit myself. Isn't Larturia's shtick that she is an alternate who chose Rango over Excalibur during her kingship? Yes. Yes. And the version that you summon is the version that didn't get corrupted. So it's like weird, right? But this is also why, again, like, so if you go look, just to drive this point home, in case there's any confusion. Okay. If you look at her, she's Arturia face dragon. She still has dragon core, chat. Hominide servant, humanoid, king, riding, round table knight, servant, 7 knight, servant, week 10 ML. She is not divine or divine spirit. Let me double check one other thing here. It just takes you right back. Okay, I would have to actually go check on Atlas to see that. I was gonna go see, like, does Goddess Rango Miniad actually have the divine trait? It would not surprise me if she does. What about Lalter? Feels like she was never explained. You have to go digging on Lalter. But yes, Lalter is definitely not nearly explained as much. How did Lartria die to become a heroic spirit? In what way? Like the one that we summon? The one that we summon gave up Excalibur, basically. So she eventually dies.
This is also why. So, chat, just so you understand. This is why she is more adult. She is aging. Like, that is actually happening here. So this is her basically in her prime. Rango Miniad doesn't make you immortal by default. Right. Correct. Her profile says she personally returned the sacred lance at Camlin Hill, and after that returned to Earth. Yeah, there you go then. Her boobs is growing. Yeah. So it's like, that's just going to be the difference between, like, Goddess Rango Miniad version that basically kept going on and the version we summon. This is also really interesting if you guys pay attention to Arcade. In Arcade, we get to see this again. So the events of the Jerusalem Singularity in Arcade are different than the Camelot Singularity in OG, like in mobile. Jerusalem occurs after, or I guess you could say basically, Goddess Rango Miniad shows up after. This gets really interesting, chat. The version of Lartoria that shows up in Jerusalem Singularity is a version of Goddess Rango Miniad that lost and moved on. You need to understand this, chat. She still didn't die. Still. Like, just kept fucking going. Why? She literally ended up having Excalibur at that point. So she's returned to sanity. She is not dead, but it is kind of funny. So she went from mobile to arcade, yes. But you need to understand, not the version we summon. Goddess Rango Miniad went to arcade. If we take Goddess literally, she cannot properly die. So that is why Goddess Rango Miniad is still alive by that time, is the power of the lance and turning her into a pseudo-divine servant is extending her life. Like, the lance's corruption is extending her life. She's becoming functionally immortal due to it. But then she gets Excalibur returned to her. So it's just really freaking weird. But it's really interesting at the same time. And this is also why, again, like, keeping this shit straight is hard, even for me. Like, if I screw up in one place or another, it's not surprising. Because this just keeps twisting and turning and going in multiple different directions. It's really cool, though. I do like it. If we have Goddess Rango, then we can have Goddess Excalibur. I don't know about that. Because Excalibur is the holiest holy sword. Which is really funny because I believe depending on what Nasu thing you read, it expresses things like, oh, Durandal might actually be it or something like that. But like, Excalibur is stated to be the holiest holy sword. So I'm not sure that it would. Atlas doesn't have her with Divine for the end of the fight that I saw. That's sad. She actually probably should, but admittedly, that would be very exploitable. Yeah, Let's see. Class attribute sky, lawful, alignment good, 5-star servant, humanoid. Yeah, it is. It is every single trait exactly like OG Lartoria. I can confirm that. Which isn't surprising because devs back then were kind of lazy with stuff like that. We have Goddess Excalibur. Check Castoria's Third Ascension. Castoria's Third Ascension is basically the concept of Excalibur. It had will from the beginning. It really makes me want to know more about like the original creation of it. Because I think at the end of the day, stuff like that is just really cool. And I would love to see Nasu go deeper into those things than like anything that he has done. On the flip side. All right, so we're gonna start Solomon Temple of Time here, chat. AKA the final singularity for part 1. This will be interesting. I don't think I'm going to struggle too much with the demon pillar raids, but I might struggle some with the end fight. Especially because I have not rolled a certain someone yet. Solomon already? Solomon already. For this, I do highly recommend actually pulling open a guide. I myself am going to, if only because when you go into the node, the fight will have certain... Oh, no, wait. Aren't the gimmicks removed now that we're in the repelling version? Let me go double check that. I don't want to tell people wrong. Yeah, I'm not seeing at least that the original one does. Interestingly enough, do you understand? Your attack power will actually go up with your bond. This also impacts support units. So if you take a friend support, this can also increase their attack power depending on their bond level. Usually, at least meta supports will have really high bond levels on them. Damage dealers, it's really going to be a case-by-case basis depending on the person. For a lot of the stuff, you will just want probably single target damage dealers. In my case, I'm actually just going to go ahead, run over here, grab a Castoria, and we're going to treat this almost like it is the 90++ node, as I'm going to heavily favor Castoria Berserker for this. If you have bond higher than 10 on a servant in this, do you get even bigger damage bonus, or is it capped at bond 10? It should be capped at bond 10. Basically, the game back then was not designed with anything higher than bond 10. So it doesn't make sense that they would go back and change it. In the special tab that shows up in bosses, it shows the bonus. Wait, the special tab? What are you talking about? Yeah. I mean, you can see it like down here, right? Say, for instance. So you can see my attack strength is increased by 40%, which is already really good because I don't think her bond is actually that high. I think it's only like bond, maybe bond 6. All right. Let's try to one-shot Floros. Now, if I were to turn the sound on whenever these demon pillars die, they would give you a god-awful, amazing moan. I'll just go ahead and send it like that. I won't do the other attack ups. Let's see what our firepower is here, since Floros is probably a big ol' nothing. Okay, so we only dealt about like 200k there. But Floros also, I believe, only takes 1 times damage from a Berserker, which is very irregular. So he removed any debuffs that he had on himself, but he didn't do much of anything himself. So we'll send that back with even more attack power. We'll see. I'll just kind of let this one go. I got lucky that I didn't take any damage there because he kind of spammed his NP damage up skill. Usually demon pillars have AoE attacks, though they can focus target people. But that's usually their crit damage. He'll be really close. In fact, that might have killed, actually, had I put the Buster card first. There you go. There went his NP. So it went really fast. That's definitely something to be a little bit cautious on, but ultimately, we're just going to go ahead and card him out. You can see cavalry classes are actually useful against him here. I believe the 3 knight classes take extra damage from him, and the 4 cavalry classes deal extra damage to him. And everybody else is like 1.0. All right, next up we have Nabarius. They are not threats to humanity. At least so I've been told. And looking at it, no, they're not. They do have the Demon God Pillar trait, but not really much that exploits that. Oh boy, supports. So again, I could take like another unit to try and like carve these up if I really needed to. I should be perfectly fine utilizing this setup, and I'm going to try to continue to do it. But Nabarius here is a he is a saber, so taking archers are going to be to your benefit. Someone like Scritoria can definitely do a lot of work on him. If you're looking for other units that maybe can be effective, obviously Berserkers are a thing, but there are other units like MHX, MHXX, MHXA that can all deal effective damage. And then if you're playing this on JP by some chance, even a unit like Seal can also be really, really solid. Super large in Sky. Yep. So somebody that actually buffs against Sky attribute is Nero Bride. Not the most charge as a support, but she at least has 30%, and she has 45% NP gain and a 30% power mod for a target against Sky. Pretty darn nice. Galar Chaotic Evil. Let me double check at least him. He is Sky and Chaotic Evil, yes. Which, that is definitely exploitable. Castoria herself is anti-chaotic divine, so she can at least abuse... sorry, Castoria Berserker. At least can abuse that some. Usually I favor things like NP gain and getting it up as soon as possible because it affects later turns. Just gonna keep sending the full chain. Yeah, one-shotting these, again, this is an NP1. I also don't have her very highly bonded, so expecting her to be able to, like, one-shot stuff is probably just not gonna happen. But she is quite capable already, as you guys can see, and even though we're not one-turning this, these fights are going pretty darn well and controlled. I'm not really in any danger of like losing at this point. However, Nabarius is also just getting more health each time we fight him, but that just is to be expected. Phantasm Moon hits all nights like a truck. Oh yeah, I mean, Pretenders are going to be something really solid for that. Particularly if you can buffer well. Now, there is the option of using someone like Oberon to try and like really amp my damage. Again, remember the issue with Oberon, though, is that if you're not sure you're going to one-shot, be very careful about using it. So you can see this Castoria on support has 100%. Likely means they are very well bonded. I don't even know if I can see the bond. Yeah, I can't see that part of it. But it just means that it is, again, somebody that is very, very bonded. So this is at least a bond 10. And usually with someone like Castoria, she's one of the game's most prolific meta supports. Most players that have her use her so often that she ends up becoming bond 10 relatively quickly for them. But again, you're looking if you're going to take a damage dealer for somebody that's bonded up. Meta supports having extra damage. I mean, like, if you have to card with them, sure, but it's really not going to be a big deal. Better to get somebody that can, like, nuke them with a Noble Phantasm or crit them down really hard. Those will be better things. Remember doing this with Jerker when I did Solomon? Oh, yeah. And Jerker, if we didn't roll Castoria Berserker, Jerker is who we would be relying on here. The defensive situation would be a little bit more precarious. Because again, a lot of these things spam AoE attacks, so they're going to get through, you know, like multi-stack duration defenses fairly quickly. The other downside is if you're taking Berserkers against this, Berserkers are relatively squishy, so if it gets through like your stacks of evasion or invuln or something like that, you have to be really careful that a unit doesn't die. So that would have been, if we didn't have Castoria Berserker, Jerker would have been our go-to. But honestly, I probably would instead be taking a damage dealer on support, just to be on the safe side, and then have, like, say, Jerker in the back line ready to, like, NP if possible, as a means of, like, facilitating it in case stuff falls apart. Fell apart. Now, it can also be good to have a unit that has cleanse, or to bring a mystic code that has cleanse for some of these fights, because of the kind of one-shot gimmicks that they can have. We just barely failed here. Getting a unit that can cleanse your front line, or at least a key unit, is going to be really, really useful to you. Someone like Martha, Medea Lily, Asclepius. Trying to think if there's like anybody else here. There are plenty of units that have a cleanse, but quite literally, it will be invaluable for some of the raid fights, as like kind of turn one before you even get to act, you will have effects that will occur. Now, back when this was originally a thing, you had quite a few people struggling with the overall meta mechanic that was going on, which was that during these raids, and there were still like the story portion like we're doing now, but there were raids that would also grant a debuff. So like, for instance, let's go ahead. Let's take my my own Squirtoria here, and let's see how she fares instead. But you had people that kind of struggled with it because all of the bosses had their own unique, like, server-wide buff. And until the boss was fully killed and repelled, the buff stayed active. So there were a lot of, like, nasty effects that some of these had. Thankfully, you doing it, you're not going to get all of those. We'll just go ahead and send this. I'm not going to pop the Mystic Code buff because she's probably not going to one-shot. Well, actually, I might have been able to make her. Again, 100% modifier is a hell of a drug. Yeah, she's still going to kill. Despite the fact that I barely even popped anything. So that would have been a much more faster and effective strategy. So again, use a 100% damage unit. You'll thank yourself later. Here we go. Merlin got bond date. And it looks like I could probably swap my back line. I'm getting F in chat for Barbados and his poor eternal bullying. It's so funny because they brought Barbados back in the Case Files event just because everybody knew that he was the best raid. So when these raids came out, they lasted technically for several days, but a lot of the raids got killed early. So Barbados was considered to be the best raid because he dropped whatchamacallit, Hearts of the Foreign God. And Hearts of the Foreign God back then were really, 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 really difficult to get your hands on. They did not have an actual farmable, like, drop point. So it became a little bit of an issue. And basically people blitzed that one. So the hilarious part of that, and I'm just going to kind of like go through each of these, chat, just to reveal them. But yeah, Barbados died, at least on the NA server, in 18 hours. Precisely, almost. And I know that because that was one of only 2 24-hour streams I've ever done. I was up for the full duration of the Solomon raids. I woke up as they went live, I rolled Merlin, and I immediately went to town on Barbados. And Barbados, like I said, Barbados is live for about 18 hours. I think I did in the realm, and you got to understand, like back then, it was a lot slower playing the game because we didn't have certain quality of life. I got about 500 kills, I think. No. Was it 500? It may have been like 1,500. Oh, it was 500. Okay. I think it was 1,500 overall. And that was, I'm not going to say like the highest amount possible, but pretty darn close to like how many maximum kills you could have. I have a link of the timers if you want to reference. No, it's fine. But like, basically that was the point of like how desired Barbados was, especially in the realm of like all of the raids. There were some people doing some of the other raids, but Barbados was brutally murdered by the server because the server, like everybody collectively was just like, we need those materials. And that was one of the reasons that I did the 24-hour stream. Okay. So let's see here. What do we want to start with? Let's start with Floros. So Floros is a Lancer. Floros should do critical up and pierce invincibility. And he himself will have a long-lasting NP damage up. The first row of people gets HP down, Buster down, and Quick down. This is interesting because it would make you want to use a single target Arts Saber if possible. But you can also potentially cleanse it. So like, for instance, I could use this right here and this would be able to do a lot, but she is equipped with a CE that grants Mystic Code experience rather than something like, how should I put it, like extra like damage output. I actually think the Okita here will be a really good shot. So one of the things I will switch for this one is I'm going to switch to the Atlas Academy Mystic Code because it has a cleanse on it, and I will just cleanse anything on Okita. So I will lose a little bit of damage output due to that. This boss has 700k HP. It is not going to be easy to one-shot. If I had a Black Grail, though, I certainly could. But I'm not going to go change stuff on my main account just to help this alt. Okay, she has one card after the fact. Not exactly ideal circumstances. And actually, it doesn't look like... Okay, so it looks like the debuffs are not at play here. So I guess because we are on the repelling version, on the final version of the raids, you don't have to deal with that. Which is kind of nice, not gonna lie. And also good to know for the future, as this will allow me to basically take different Mystic Codes and different setups. Like I said, I wasn't sure if at least, like, I knew the arts down that you get from defeating him would not be in play, but I was not sure that the Buster and Quick Down that it states he does at the beginning of battle would still be a thing. It's been a hot second since I've done Solomon. Basically, the last time I did it was on my JP account, which was... Ooh, 7 years ago? So it has been a little bit for me. I can, however, purge that. And unfortunately, this MP will not pack as much of a punch. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing the Proto Merlin NP here, just to give Okita some love. But you can use just about anybody then. Take your strongest single target Saber that you can find. Or again, even if you have to, like a single target Berserker or somebody. Single target Pretender can also work. But take somebody that has really high attack bonus for the bond value. And especially if they're high NP levels, that can also be a really good sign. And also high rarity usually is a good indicator. Oh, we are at least getting some skill gems. That is certainly welcome. I almost wish I could farm these raids. It would actually, in a weird way, it'd be nice if they gave you, like, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 10 kills that you could do on each of these. Just for, like, new players' sake. Okay, that is section 3 done. Oh, seeing Musashi's NP is actually the best choice. Yeah, I was gonna say Musashi will shred this. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Is it over here? Yeah, there you go. I'm actually out of AP. No. I'll go ahead and pop a bronze here. So for this one, we are going to be battling Fornius. He also has 700k. I would say get used to that. It's going to be a pretty common thing. Also, another version of mine that does not have a damage C equipped, but whatever, we'll take it. And since I'm going to assume that I'm not going to be dealing with problematic stuff, unfortunately, I also don't have the charge here necessarily. So let's switch this up, and I will actually go with the Oberon here. And we will try for the one shot. And I will probably regret it. Maid Alter is certainly capable of it, especially a 120 NP5, but this stuff can get a little spicy. So I'm going to go for the one shot here, mostly because I know the unit and am very familiar with its damage capability. But if it comes in short, it comes in short. It's not going to matter, but whatever. They're basically just going to full buff. Just going to use everything. As a writer, she will actually naturally soak stars, which is kind of nice. So there you go. 2 of her cards ended up getting it. So we can actually follow this up basically with a Mighty Brave Chain. And we don't have a Black Grail equipped, so this will put a little bit of a limit on the damage, but hopefully we can get some firepower out of this. That probably killed. Yep. When I saw the 300k as the final hit, I'm like, that's gonna do a thing. New player account made it to Temple of Time. That it did. And it's making its way through. So right now we are dealing with the raids. The harder one is going to be how to deal with the final enemies. The raids are, as you can see, one-shottable. As we repel each of these. Corresponded for the map theme of a main singularity, yeah. Okay, next up. This should be Barbados. So this was Barbados Slim. Quite literally our best raid. So you would definitely want a caster here. Let me see. I may have just the recipe for success. I believe I still have her up. That I do. Oh man, poor Barbados. Poor Barbados. So I have an NP5 Sanzang here with a Black Grail. This will one-shot. And it's so funny because back when I had to farm this, I'm trying to remember who I used. It may have still been Sanzang. I think I had an NP1 or an NP2 at the time. Clearly, I got to work on our bond. Let's see what happens if I charge myself. She did get some of the stars. Let's see. She might crit. Gonna blow everything here. My first instinct was Cersei. Cersei can also work. Well, like I said, it did its job. The damage disparity between Sanzang, though, and Maid Alter that didn't have a Black Grail equipped kind of nutty. But that's just single target casters, man. Oh, there you go. Caster Coup is bond 5. Chat, who would you like to see for a Berserker pillar? Since we have open choices. You guys stop killing me. No. That's another kill now. By the way, what was the command for the raid numbers? I forget it. It's been so long. Solomon? Okay. Coup Alter? Coup Alter might be a little weird. Ah, she has a K-scope equipped. You know what? I dig it. Let me switch out my backline here. We can effectively bond. There you go, Mash is already bond 5 and I haven't even done anything. I haven't purposely tried to use her or anything like that. It don't matter at this point. I'm just going to go down the list. He's also bond 5. We're basically just going to keep going with each like 3 and 2 star now for bonding the rest of them, because I've gotten like most of my key units. Now it's just about bond 5ing everybody. Am I going to roll for Castoria today? I will roll, but it will probably be on tomorrow's stream. Because I have a busy day tomorrow, and I need to go to sleep so I can get up for that. Okay, so ironically enough, Summer Raiko is really, really good at things like raid killing because she has this skill. And this skill is a targetable 3-turn buster up. So you can put this on an ally. It is 40% steroid at max, which is really, really strong, especially considering it is targetable and multi-turn. Also, it cleanses. So if by some chance I had something like, say, an MP seal, I could just pop it on her and it would cleanse that. So really, really a nice unit for that sort of thing. Okay, I was going to say, I couldn't remember if that generated stars or not, but we can kind of force it to. There you go. Now we have a 100% buster card. We'll make sure it crits hard. And you know what? I'll just add that in as well. So this this is going to get funny, I suspect. Mash is on every team. She is that useful. Mash is just because she is 0 cost. Really nice. Bet chat's wishing they chose Mama Raiko now on the 4-star ticket. It doesn't matter that she didn't kill. Because that did. Everyone was busy watching the jiggle physics there. Cersei wasn't available during the Solomon raids anyways. That's a good point. I mean, like, after the fact, sure, but she did come out with Epic of Remnant. I don't think I've ever seen a Lancer Raiko in game, though. Understandable. She's a very rare unit. If you have me on your friends list, you'll have one. She is still on my supports, at least for now. I will probably overhaul my supports soon. I need to do that. Like, and I'm not saying that because of this account. I'm saying that, like, just in general. I need to do a better job of paying attention to my supports, and it's something I've let, like, get lax here a little bit. Oh, what did you say again? Exactly. So that was Halphus. Oh, I think after you repel enough of them, you trigger the next rung of story. But I believe you can still repel them all. Let me double check. Yep, so we'll go to Throne 6. This one is Amon. And you still get a ticket for completing it, so make sure you don't skip these. Do every single one of them. It's worth. Amon was one of the last ones to die. He just kind of didn't have great mats at the time. Night metals were certainly a thing for some people, but it really just depended. So he is a rider, so we are going to want to use an assassin. I hate to say it, but obviously something like Kama here would be really, really solid. But I'm going to go with my 120 MHX just to showcase her. Again, I have a K-scope on her, which is not the best for damage. Starting charge is great, but damage output, not necessarily. Who is the single target caster? Medea? The one that I used? The one that I used was Sanzang. Was shooting caster out? No. New stream, who dis? Man who do wacky waving inflatable 2 monsters. She got some stars at least. Probably be to my benefit to take something like Annie Blonde if I had it. But we'll try. We'll do the Mighty Chain and we'll see what we can get. She is 120 NP5 and MHX actually hits deceptively hard. She has had a lot of damage buffs over the years, so you can see this did pretty solid work. Now, using NP5 units and using high bond units like a 100% damage character is going to be really helpful to getting through these. If you're struggling with that, try to find or follow people on support that have characters like that. Medea, Sanzang, and Ilya were the only single target casters at that point in the game. Yeah, a lot of it was going to boil down to either using a single target caster or using a berserker. Weren't Wailed Kentokis the most common hammer of the demon pillar shaped nails? Yes. Yes. If you knew a good Kentoki berserker back in the day, you were set. Particularly if you knew multiple of them. And back then, I think I knew 4 Kentoki berserkers that were at least NP3 or higher. So I was relatively set for friend supports. It made it quite easy. And that is, 1, how I got it done so fast, and 2, how I bond tend a unit in like 2 days, I think. May have been, no, actually, I think it was day 1 I bond tend Merlin. And then day 2 I bond tend Shakespeare. And people were like, what the heck, man? And I was like, wait till you see what I did with Shakespeare. Because I already had the Bond C up with him on support, and people were like, how have you done that already? Next up is Sabnok, and Sabnok is going to be our archer. So, obviously, I should take a single target Lancer, but the wife has my number. Sometimes you just have to, chat. Another little known aspect of Lartrea, because everybody just kind of forgets it, is that her third skill, her charge skill, actually has a cleanse on it. So, obviously, you don't necessarily always want to use a single target against, an AoE against a raid fight like this, but hilariously enough, if you could get her to do enough damage, it would work. I'm gonna go for the full Brave Chain. Unfortunately, if she doesn't kill, this will mean that one, that she is bricked, and two, that I'm unlikely to get that crit. Enkidu would murder this pillar? Oh, absolutely. But you know what, chat? Who needs single target? Arthurian has chaotic evil as P mod, or is it Lalter? Yeah, she does. If you get it to work, it works. Exactly. John fucking Madden. Right, so I believe that's all of our raid bosses. Or did I forget one? Nope, we got them all. All 6 of the wacky waivers. Okay, so the next one is our last one, Andromalius, the trash heap. And he is another Saber. So this is going to be a good idea for me to take Squirtoria again. I will also switch off of Oberon and go with Proto-Merlin. Now that got a little bit of a leg up, but now we're going to switch back to an Arts MC. Now, Squirtoria is actually going to be really solid depending on what we have coming up here. How would you like your name to be known as a trash heap? You guys think this inspired Gachi Akuta, the anime? Like, the literal trash heap anime. We're just gonna go for the kill. She pretty much did one-shot the last pillar. So it makes a whole heck of a lot of sense to try in earnest. Super Ryan would definitely slap here. Give him some stars. Maybe get some like card shuffle. Try to line up a like triple buster chain, or even a double buster would probably do the trick. And there you go. Victoria did it and got back to 98%. Hey, Fino, thank you for the raid. How's it going, bud? What are you guys up to? We're going through Solomon here on our end. Although now I think we're actually at the meat and potatoes. We just killed off all the demon pillars, so now we gotta actually take on the bosses. The trash heap was my favorite demon god pillar, understandable. Been a hot second, hasn't it? Actually, let me get you a shout out. Since my mods be slacking. Okay, now we come back down to the bottom. And we're basically going to have to take on Solomon himself here. So, Solomon is somebody that you're really going to want to, like, try for in earnest. He can be a little bit spicy, I guess is the right term. He has AoE attacks, he has defense down and burn debuffs. He will constantly cast evasion on himself. So having somebody that has sure hit can be really, really nice. Having somebody that has invuln pierce can be really, really nice. Let's see. He can also cleanse himself. His skill that can increase his critical hit chance, NP damage, and NP charge by 1 point. So basically, you're gonna have to watch out on him like charging up. But that'll also drain us at the same time. So ideally, having somebody that can just kind of carve him up would be great. Buff log at the start of the fight so he can't invuln pierce. I mean, you could definitely do that sort of thing. Hold on. Let me see. I feel like I had a invuln pierce CE. It was one of the few things I got lucky and rolled. No. This one? Defense ignore. Still no. Still nice. Relatively rare, but apply ignore invincible and increase arts card effectiveness. That'll work. So the burn debuff going to be a little bit spicy. But we should be fine. I will go with plug suit here to rotate. And I will have to watch out for his AoE attacks. We're going to kind of have to get this one done fast. Can't you buy the Altera Larva Sea? You can, but understand that takes 25 rare prisms, and this account does not have that. Like, I could certainly go and buy one copy, but actually, do I have even the 5 rare prisms for that? I don't know. Actually, I also probably need to unlock her mana loading append, but I may sit on that for a moment. Yeah, we'll go with that. I'm a little bit worried about Lady Avalon here. Pretender against him as a caster is not great. I think he bought something else instead. I think I did too. Yeah, not great refund. There's his annoying evasion, but this is why we put the Invuln Pierce C on. And the good news is, there you go. We get free charge off of the back of that. We're going to do NP gain up. We're going to do that. I only have one effective card. So we'll just go ahead and full send. And this is probably going to boil down to... I'll get my 3 MPs out. He won't be dead. And then what do we happen to have happen from there? The Castoria Berserker NP is going to do a lot of like mitigation here that you wouldn't normally have. It's one of the really nice things because like back then we did not have Castoria at all in the game. And so just having the turn per turn mitigation against even just like one of his AoE attacks is drastically cutting down on the amount of like firepower he's functionally going to do. So he did drain me. That is unfortunate. He also put a defense down and a burn and then proceeded not to attack. He actually played that as perfectly as possible. That is unsettling for a number of reasons. Based off that, I'm going to do that. Castoria should get to her Noble Phantasm. At least we got good, effective damage out of the crits there. There you go. Now, you got to be careful, too. If you let the burns and stuff stack up, it can definitely become a little bit nasty. Also, if you're worried about him Noble Phantasming on a turn you do not want him to, it's a good idea to, like, kind of protect. I think I'll do one of those, and I'm just going to send it, but this could be spicy if I don't kill. We're going to give basically Castoria Berserker the attack up here. Everybody in the party gets a stack of solid defense. Actually, it may have gotten multiple. I didn't see if we had the overcharge effect or not. There you go. Got a good 100k out of it. The follow-up crit there did some solid work. And now we get to face his Noble Phantasm, which did nothing. Because again, Castoria is really, really nice for that sort of thing. He does have a crit damage buff here. In fact, he has 2 of them. He does have a crit down, at least, that'll counteract some of that. Looking at this, it is probably a smart play now at this point to just go ahead and pop my invuln, use it rather than lose it type of deal. And we'll do that just to prevent any sort of like weird mishap, but this should kill. Yeah. And there you go. That is the first Solomon fight done. Again, if you're not running through this with something like Castoria Berserker like I am, keep in mind cleansing would be really strong for this fight. Healing and sustain, so units like Merlin or Proto Merlin are going to be really solid. But also, you're definitely going to need some kind of like ability to either prevent him from getting to an NP, so maybe draining him with like a Squirtoria, or NP sealing him to stop him from getting there as fast. Skill sealing him will stop his charge skill at least, and certainly something like a hard defense, like solemn defense from like say a support Castoria can also go a long way. There's a lot you can do to mitigate this nowadays, but back in the day, he was a pretty nasty one, and it kind of became a killer be killed type of fight, especially due to his invuln pierce. Alrighty. Let's see. So this is a gimmick fight. I don't know that it matters. We'll just go. There are still 3 more fights left. So while this is going on, I'm just going to kind of do my thing. I think it's technically possible to kill him here. I don't know that my account would be capable of it. Only have one of them, so go ahead and pre-buff. Make myself a little bit tankier. So Goetia is basically chaotic good. He is beast attribute. He has he has the trait of king, so you can actually like manipulate that sort of thing if you have somebody that's anti-sovereign trait. Doesn't he charge and buff here? Not this version. Damn, straight for the Castoria, huh? I see how it is. I'm not surprised. Okay. So this fight will end when Goetia does his Noble Phantasm, but I would prefer to not let his Noble Phantasm kill me. And there you go. It just goes straight into cutscene. We don't even get to get hit by it. So I made that take a little bit longer than was necessary, but I like doing the fight kind of as I'm intended to do. Salmonius. I like that this song came on as the scene is playing. Feels like an AMV. Okay, now for the actual hard fight. So this one is interesting. I'm gonna have to do quite a bit of work here because it's not gonna go according to plan necessarily. The other issue at play here is that quite literally one of the ways to negate this is to just go ahead and use Castoria. So there are two ways that you guys can deal with Goetia. Basically, Goetia turn 1 of this fight is going to charge himself to max and then NP and kill you. He will kill your front line. You can choose to either sack the front line by kind of inverting your normal class structure and putting a like group of fodder units that are meant to die in, But then the problem is, then you have no backline should you need to rely on it. So one of the ways that you guys can get around this is to skill seal him. This will stop him from being able to use his skill right away. Another way around this is to functionally buff block him. That will stop him from getting the benefit that gives him invuln pierce. Or the third way is to say, I don't care about your invuln pierce. I have solemn defense. You can't pierce that. So all of those three tactics work. It really just boils down to however you want to try to do it. Use Matahari to skill seal. It's definitely a thing, but I'm just trying to think about like how I want to go about attacking this. Mephisto, that's the only place he's useful in, Sag. I'm just like, basically, if I had a like K-scoped Castoria that was fairly good, I would just go right with that. But without that, this could get a little spicy. Debating who I want to use here. I actually don't know if this version spams evasion. I don't think he does, so I think something like Bloom and Spring is probably better than what I did have. Granted, the arts card effectiveness in P game there is not bad. I can't use MASH. Well, sometimes it's better to just go with 5 units than all 6. Let's try it out, see how it works. It'll either work or it won't. No sense wasting time. I will say this part should probably be edited out. Just because spoilers. I forgot this was unskippable. Yeah. You guys ready for summoning Solomon? Never really. It took me 14 turns to beat this fight after a few resets, too. I mean, it just may be a problem for us out of the gate. The other issue at play here is basically his Nega Summon. Actually, yeah, maybe should have started out with not Waver in the front line, but if I lose the attack buff, I lose the attack buff. So you can see he gains resistance against noble phantasms and critical hits for 3 turns. This will literally make you do 0 damage. So it's not wise to like use a bunch of buffs here to begin with. However, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and farm out NPs in effect. Now, to be clear, his damage resistance against noble phantasms and critical damage is 0. Or it makes them deal 0. You can still normal card him. It's just not going to do a whole lot. Oh no, what will he do? Oh no, 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 don't do that. Oh well. Rival defense bonus here is actually pretty good. Yeah. I won't be surprised if Waver comes back out. The art's down is also problematic. Oh, look, that did nothing. That, however, did something, and that is going to be a problem. Gonna stun him. Gonna take a free turn, generate Noble Phantasm. Get my healing and my NP gen going. Okay, so now he has 1 turn remaining on this. I will probably just have to take some hits here. And this is going to get spicy. I still have the Waver duration buffs, but Castoria herself is a little unprotected. Oof! Wow. That hit way harder than I wanted it to. Yeah, his little chip skill does a lot of damage, but it's not impossible to deal with. He did a Kamehameha, yep. Cavalry is basically the way to go on this. He takes 2 times damage from him. And he is chaotic, so he is kind of in her niche, but Jesus, buddy. I don't think this comp's gonna work. I am gonna be really hard up just to make something work here. Oh, that'll also prevent him from getting to his NP. That's kind of unfortunate. But he only has 1.2 million left. You got this. I mean, worst case scenario, you can pop seals and stuff like that. I forgot about how hard this fight hits, though. Actually, this might bait him into charging. But this is also the epitome of the type of composition that the Invincible comp does not work against. At least not well. Still have my arts up for the remainder of this turn. If I can keep Proto Merlin alive. See, the problem is I'm also getting stacking defense downs. I'm just thinking, we're going to take a risk here. Well, I've basically used everything in the tank. And we have not gotten him to halfway yet. Ah! Yeah, that's a scuff. Okay. We gotta play that different. Triple KO, pretty much. This is unfortunate because I'm going to have to use everything just to get through this turn, which then means that I will be relatively unprotected for the Noble Phantasm. I can do it, but it's not going to be good. Basically, we're going to go into full Invincible composition mode, which is going to be that I'm going to end up using basically Proto Merlin's NP into OG Castoria's NP into Berserker Castoria's NP. You have to put Berserker Castoria's NP after OG's because she will only grant one stack of Solemn Defense. Hers does not scale ever. And it is a unique buff, so it will take the place of OG Castoria's. Plus, this will also get rid of the defense downs. It'll actually be ideal in that sense, but it's probably going to be the only way I survive this turn. But OG Castoria has 200% charge. She'll also be in the second slot, so she'll get an overcharge rank. We should get at least 3 Solemn Defense stacks out of this, so we should be able to mitigate this turn entirely. One of the issues with this fight, Solomon just, well, sorry, I said Solomon. Goetia just keeps basically hammering you over and over and over again. So, like I said, again, don't feel bad if you have to use seals. I might have to do so myself at this early stage of the account. John Ruler Invincible comp works here, I think. Probably. Damn, fuck Proto Merlin in particular. Nobody else gets charged, just her. So, hilariously, the Solemn Defense will not stack on these two because neither of them were touched. But this will save Proto Merlin's life. It's basically the only thing I can do. At this point, you are playing for stall and just to kind of like see how far through you can get. I guess the other question is if I have to use my seals here, what is my strategy for getting through the final fight? Actually, that might not be terrible. Yeah, does Estrella have... No, she doesn't have Invuln and Pierce, does she? Yeah, the art's down is also just problematic. I can still protect the party one more time. This will probably save OG Castoria and Castoria Berserker, but this will not save Proto Merlin. Proto Merlin will die here. Estrella has Invuln Pierce, does she? Okay, I could not remember if she did. Estrella would be a good solution potentially for the next battle. Also keep in mind, I'm using my own damage dealer, so I'm not getting very effective damage. One of the easier ways through this fight will literally be to take a 100% damage dealer. Oh my god, Proto Merlin is still alive. What? Well... No, we don't need hers. We'll just go with a full Castoria chain here. Because this might make her loop into another NP. And we might need it. This is actually like, I am hanging on by a thread, but I am hanging on right now. If I can get another solid NP out of Castoria Berserker, that would be great. But she probably... I think her and Proto Merlin probably die. Oh, okay, we got the NP. They probably die. Like, this will get mitigated, but he will follow it up. Actually, I don't need somebody that has Invuln Pierce. I don't know how this is working, chat, but it's working. It's like I stalled him out of his like burst phase just enough. And I am just barely hanging on by a thread. But this is also where like sustain really does matter, and having something like a Proto Merlin is really nice for something like this. In a weird way, she's not a good class to take against him, but it doesn't really matter due to the kit. Woo! So we're going to drop into the triple chain again. Get myself a little bit of extra solemn defense. If I had had 4% more... actually, yeah, 4% more charge, I could have popped Castoria's... OG Castoria's attack up there. That would have given me 200% charge, and it would have given me another overcharge stack. So I would have had another solemn defense. This might be enough to get me through the turn, but I don't know what else is coming after this turn. I might start to get skills back, but it's probably dead. He tried. But this is my win, chat. Almost had my Mystic Codes back. Say goodbye to Goetia. At least this should be goodbye. I think the other thing it's helping me out too is the looping stacking crit downs. He's not getting his crits off, which is nice. I am earnestly impressed if I got through this without losing someone. I did not think this was gonna work. I thought I was gonna have to use my seals. Which, I mean, again, you get seals back every day, so I was kind of just prepared to do it and say whatever. His weak AoE charges you like 30%. Oh yeah, it's great. So, there you go. Smell you later. Got through the fight without losing a single unit. But yeah, I was like, he's getting low enough. It's like I could potentially just solo him with basically Waver and John there. Let's see, what does Stir Fry have? He's a newer player like I am, but looks like he's at the point that he's at least developed his account some. I hate that you can only follow or send a request. I'll send a request. I don't need to be following a 147. I can follow somebody that's like 160 plus. Railed Castoria, but still level 90. Happens. Ba-da-da. So there you go. We got a holy grail out of that. Now for the final fight of part 1. And this one's a little bit nastier. Cleanse is really good to bring here. The MP seal is going to be the problem. I don't think I have to worry too much about this one. It depends. I don't believe he has AoE attacks in this one. So this one may be a piece of cake, just depending. I'll take mine just for the extra health here. And one of the things I probably want to do is I probably want that for the cleanse. And we're going to start with Castoria in the front line. And that'll probably work out the best it possibly can. I still don't believe I can use MASH for this. I cannot. We'll just go ahead and send it. If you deal enough damage, he can jump straight to using the 10th ring for the NP charge. If, and I don't think I can, right? Like, the other problem is taking a Berserker here is kind of spicy because he deals 2 times damage against them. So the best way to do this one is actually to like straight up just take a rider against him or a ruler. Both of those will work out really well. Everyone was drained. I should have remembered that that was the thing. Actually, yeah, hold on. Hold on. Let me restart that. I know that took a second to get through, but Quite literally, I did screw that up. I was supposed to switch my my starting C. Actually, I wonder if he removes charge from everybody, including the backline. I assume it is, but we're gonna take the Ignore Invincible one because that's actually of value to me. Let's see. What else do I have here? Basically sticking her with something that gives her arts up. But yeah, like, honestly, this one, there's two ways you can go about it. One is to, like, go complete stall and actually, like, use afflictions and ailments to kill him. And you can, like, hilariously outlast him and just slowly whittle him down. The other way is to kind of do it how I'm going to attempt to do it, which is to just, like, burst him. However, at certain HP thresholds, this fight will have different effects. So to begin the battle, he starts by draining everybody. That's definitely going to be a problem. After that, he will, at 90% HP, seal the party skills for 1 turn. So, like, usually you want to, like, assuming you're going to lead with, like, an NP really quickly, you probably want to, like, have everybody's skills out, if you possibly can. I don't have any Castoria Berserker cards, so I will simply go with the Triple Arch Chain. 80% he inflicts a debuff on a party member that causes their attacks to reduce their own attacks by 20% for 3 turns. And that debuff lasts 3 turns, so it's kind of nasty. 70% he will seal the entire party's NPs for 3 turns. So that's probably the big one to watch out for. I'm just going to focus on cleansing this and protecting us and getting Castoria Berserker back to another NP. But the big thing I got to watch out for is that 70%. I need that not to happen at the wrong time. So he just got Invuln Pierce for himself just for the 1 turn. Interesting. I am not well situated here, but due to the skill seal already being used, I can potentially, as long as he does not get Invuln Pierce on the same turn that he NPs, I can potentially at least Invuln any NP that he does. Okay, that's actually perfect. We're going to cleanse this. And I'm actually going to go ahead and pop the overcharge up here just to get multiple stacks. But basically, this is going to cleanse everybody's 3-turn NP seal, which now that that's done, I'm kind of in the, like, quote-unquote good stage of the fight. Now it's just about managing his noble phantasm and making sure I have ways to mitigate it once he does it. Okay, thankfully he used all of his effects. I don't remember what his noble phantasm does. Looks like it will reduce our max HP. It also deals 400% damage to all targets, but... Oh. What? Castoria Berserker herself. Interesting. So I have the play that I can reduce skill cooldowns, pop that on her, do that, and that'll help keep her up. That is probably the better play. Because this will also advance the fight a little bit faster. A Buster card having the 10% NP charge on it is also tempting. Alright, he makes his defensive class affinity neutral. Yeah, the only thing I have to watch out for is him, like, wailing on Castoria Berserker. Because she takes 2 times. Proto Merlin should only take 1 times, and Castoria herself should only take 1 times. Okay, so we also hit the 50% threshold now. He put NP strength down on Proto Merlin, which does nothing. NP strength down will only impact Mr. Fox. Thank you for the raid. NP strength down will only impact your NP damage. It will never impact any other aspect of an NP. So it's if you have a support noble phantasm that gets that on them, you don't have to worry about it. How's it going, Fox? What were you guys up to tonight? Oh, we'll do that right there. I've hired this Bargu to stare at you. I see. Thank you for the shout out, Bob. Appreciate it. The same thing he always is, trying to take over the world. But I hope you had a good one. Welcome, everybody. The new player account that I've been running, it's my 3rd account. We've been demonstrating people how to handle stuff. We are currently in the midst of the final battle of part 1. We actually, I was really surprised we made it through Croatia without losing a single unit, and I really thought we were going to, so that worked out swimmingly. Everybody is ready here, so we're going to go ahead and do the whole triple setup there for the functional invincible comp. That'll keep me primed for a couple more turns, and we just got to get back to another Castoria NP. Being a boojum, understandable. Finishing the event, got blasted on the Wandjina banner and got caught up on the JP event. Understandable. I was gonna say, the JP event's been weird. We've basically just had, like, story? I assume you meant, like, you were doing, like, your grand stuff, because, like, there's really nothing to the event proper, weirdly enough. In fact, I think we're finally gonna get, like, actual story for it in, like, a couple days here. And Kemba, thank you for the gift to Fox. You didn't have to do that. And chat, if you haven't already, make sure you go follow Mr. Fox for us. The CAD, since the banner comes out in 45 minutes, it might be worth it to stream till midnight just to do your summons. No. Nice try, chat. But the answer's no. Of course, he reapplied NP down to my character right after I cleansed it. That's just par for the course, it feels like. I got all of her Buster cards here. Aaron JPN got caught up and then rolled for Habby a bit. Nice. So how have you been on the side, by the way, Fox? I don't think I've got to talk to you here in a hot second. How is life treating you? Everything good? Oh, let's see here. So he's going to give himself invincibility at some point, but that's going to do nothing since my character has Invuln Pierce. I can choose to just take this one to the face, or I can Mighty Chain it. Let's just go with the Brave Chain. Let's do effective damage. Well, as effective as we can be. Basically, if we can push him to the 20% threshold, he will hilariously insta-gib himself. And we did that. So there's his invuln. He removes all of our buffs. Oh, no, he didn't do it. Wait, hold on. Hold on. You cheated. You have 1,000,000 health. You're below the 20% threshold, you piece of garbage. All right, 2 can play it this one. You think he's some hot shit? Just he wait. Chat would never leave you wrong? Oh, no, listen, chat didn't leave me wrong. Well, I've been very busy. Dude, I know that feel. Been doing like 55 to 60 hours a week the last 2 months. Oh, God. Going to hike with my cousin tomorrow. Hey, nice. Good. It's good to get out. First time he's done mountain hiking. I've done hikes before on like vacation and stuff. I haven't like hiked in the mountains in a long time. But I would love to do some more hiking. Actually, I may get to do some soon. Especially as the winter months are coming here. So, at 20% threshold, this is what he was supposed to do. Goetia basically reduces his HP to 1, charges his own NP gauge to max, and then deals basically a crap ton of damage. It's designed to stack wipe you, so if you have any units left over on the back line, you just win. In this case, because I had Solemn Defense, even though he had 1,000% extra NP damage up, it did nothing. And so now I just get to go boop. And we let Castoria Berserker, who has carried us through the story, get the win here. And that, gentlemen, is the end of all of part 1. Nice to meet you. I'm glad there are so many people overseas who enjoy FGO. Nice to meet you as well. I love FGO. I play it all the time. And of course, I get all my AP restored. Of course. Hard when there are no mountains in Florida? True. Very true. Maybe I should go on the Appalachian Trail. Start at the south end, walk my way up to Ash. If you're ever up in the Adirondack region in New York, would love to go on a hike with you, my man. Oh, yeah, I would absolutely love to. I'm sure it's amazing. I'm a big hiker, and I'm trying to hike all 49 mountains in my area that are 5K feet and taller. Oh, wow. I didn't realize you were that avid, but that's amazing. Like, yeah, I would love to do something like that. I've been trying to, like, get myself back in shape here lately. It's been a thing. I've been eating a lot better. I've been exercising a lot more, so it's been really nice. And I'm already noticing the gains in that regard. You best do it in a group. Apparently, there's things in them there, Hills. Oh, I'm aware. I've done enough hiking to at least know that. I like how I think we bricked it, chat. Oh, no, there you go. There's the credits. And now, so once you complete part 1, you will get a little icon next to your portrait in the support screen. And there you go. Order restored. All is right with the world. Surely nothing bad will happen after this point. Official clock tower recognition? Yeah. More like official seal designation enforcer. Recognition. They have... Chat, I'm pretty sure at this point, the seal designation enforcers are looking at the protagonist of FGO as if Dokes looks at the protagonist of Dexter. And now we get the brand spanking new Epic of Remnant login screen. This is the way it was in the game. This is intended for you to do Epic of Remnant next. However, Epic of Remnant is optional. This is what the server had for a year until Lost Belt came out. So we will very quickly transition into the Lost Belt stuff. However, that will not be tonight for me. Because, chat, I gotta go to bed. I gotta clean the house. You gotta get ready. You gotta prepare the nest. But again, thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Mr. Foxfors, for the raid. I'm going to send you guys over to CZ. He's on doing some PGR. Apparently with Bianca. Ooh. Bianca's, I believe, the Lartoria lookalike over there. And again, I appreciate all the support, chat. I will be streaming with you guys tomorrow. We'll be doing Castoria rolls on the new player account. So that should be interesting. I'll also be doing my 4-star ticket pick on this account for that. So hope to see you guys tomorrow. And again, maybe we'll even get to something like the remake of Metal Gear Solid. So anyways, thank you all for being here. Go give CZ my love. Good night.